Morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the 2024 Joint WEIM-ISO Forum. My name is Isabella Nicosia with ISO Stakeholder Engagement, and I'll be helping out with the WebEx today. Before we get started, just a couple housekeeping reminders to go through. The call is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes only, so any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. And then if you need technical assistance at any point during today's meeting, you can send a chat to the event producer. Our event producer today is Stacy. We will be pausing throughout the session for questions and comments. So if you do have a question, you can raise your hand by selecting the raise hand icon, which is located at the bottom of the participant window in WebEx. If you dialed in separately to the web conference, then you'll need to press *3 to raise your hand. So we'll monitor the phone line as well. And then just to remember, a reminder to everyone joining us today to please remember to state your name and affiliation before making your comment so that we know who the question or comment is coming from. And then you can also send your question through the chat to all panelists, and we'll be monitoring that today as well. So with that, I'm going to pull up the agenda here and turn things over to Celine Tavares, Account Manager and Stakeholder Engagement at the ISO.
Thank you, Isabella. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the ISO's May 2024 Joint WIM Forum, and I hope everyone is looking forward to our discussion today. My name is Celine Tavares. I'm an Account Manager in the Stakeholder Engagement Group here at the ISO. Sitting in the audience, we have Mark Richardson, who is a manager of the group. Mark Richardson and I will be leading today's discussion with Isabella Nicosia here to assist. First of all, I'd like to welcome all of you that made the trip here to Folsom to attend the meeting. It's great for us to see everyone face to face, and we do appreciate the time that you took to travel here. For those participants online, thank you for your engagement, and we look forward to engaging in a robust discussion today. Right now, we'll do a quick safety message from Katie here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Katie Kirshner. I'm a business continuity analyst here at the ISO. I'm just going to take the next minute or so to go over actions needed during a shelter-in-place, a lockdown, an evacuation, or a medical emergency. During any emergency response event, audible and visual alarms will go off, as well as a public announcement system that will instruct on the situation and next steps. Also be aware our ISO staff receive emergency notifications on their phones, so they'll be aware of the situation and next steps as well. If it isn't safe to evacuate due to a hazard, we ask that you stay where you are, seek cover if needed, and wait for further instructions. Additionally, if we need to lock down, we can engage all the doors by using the key on the red placards. And please know our highly trained security officers will mitigate any threat and keep us all safe. In the event of an evacuation, please stay calm and follow ISO staff to the visitors parking lot and northern evacuation zones, or you'll go through our doors to our cafe and to our southern evacuation zones. If you're not feeling well or see a medical emergency, please say something to our ISO staff. They will notify our security officers who are first aid and AED trained, and they will call 911 and render any aid until first responders arrive. And just as a final note, our restrooms are through either of the doors at the front of the room and down our little hallway and on your left. On behalf of the ISO Emergency Response Team, thank you for trusting us with your safety.
Thank you, Katie. So we do have a number of topics today. We have 12 topics we're going to be going over today. First of all, I'd like to introduce Joanne Serena, the Vice President of Stakeholder Engagement and Customer Experience, who is responsible for stakeholder engagement, customer readiness and training, and customer experience and onboarding. Joanne has been instrumental in driving for a more inclusive and collaborative stakeholder engagement model. Her vision, along with the organizations, has created a new working group structure, which enables stakeholders to provide input on the issues and potential solutions much earlier in the policy development phase. We will be further discussing working groups later. Joanne will also be leading Stakeholder Symposium, which will be held October 30th. Joanne, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thanks, Celine, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining the forum today. It was also really nice to see quite a few people in person last night at our sort of welcome reception.
I had planned to be on site today, but unfortunately I do have to mention that I have been informed that I've been exposed to COVID. I don't have any symptoms, and hopefully I don't get it. But I did want to let those folks know that we were in the outdoor event last night, just for your awareness. But I would have liked to have been there on site, and unfortunately, COVID is still a reality. So apologies for that. A few things that I did want to mention, since I know we have a few new folks joining today, and just wanted to also welcome everybody. I believe we have 154 participants registered today, which is a great turnout. I know we have a fair number of folks in person at the ISO today, and we have representation from 21 WEIM entities. So really great to see the participation in this forum. I think it continues to be a very valuable forum to allow all of you to sort of share key issues and topics that you're experiencing within the WEIM community. So we do really appreciate you bringing important topics to this forum, sharing your experiences, and allowing us to collaborate more deeply with all of you. So in terms of new membership, the WEIM community continues to grow, certainly with BHE Montana joining as one of our newest members, which will be in 2026. So we look forward to BHE Montana joining the WEIM community in the near future. As far as the extended day-ahead market goes, a lot of great feedback and obviously ramping up in participation. So PacifiCorp has become the first entity in the Western United States to formally commit to a regionally coordinated energy market, which is what EDAM is intended to do. PacifiCorp is expected to begin participation in EDAM in spring 2026. So we look forward to that. I know we're going to hear more about that from PacifiCorp today in terms of the implementation plans. So really looking forward to the progress there. We also have 5 entities that have informed the ISO of their interest in joining EDAM. So in addition to PacifiCorp, we've got Balancing Authority of Northern California, we've got Portland General Electric, Idaho, and Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. So lots of really great interest in the extended day-ahead market, which we're really happy to see. Many of you are probably aware of the first quarter benefits for 2024 for WEIM benefits. Accumulated benefits are nearly $436.3 million, bringing the grand total since its inception to $5.49 billion. So obviously a very significant amount of benefits continuing to stack up as all of you continue to participate. We also noticed that there's significant benefits in the WEIM transfers in terms of meeting demand, specifically in the Pacific Northwest during the extreme cold events of January of this year. So we continue to not only see economic benefits of WEIM, but also the reliability benefits of a broader footprint. As Feline mentioned, we've been working really hard the past couple of years on really evolving our stakeholder process, incorporating more working groups into our policy initiatives, and we continue with that effort. And so I wanted to highlight the fact that we've had great participation by the WEIM entities in all of our working groups, which include the GHG enhancements, price formation enhancements, gas resource enhancements, and the RA modeling and program design team effort. And in all of these cases, we're seeing the results be really valuable in terms of the participation from all the WEIM entities. What we're really striving for is not only greater participation throughout the process, but on the front end of initiatives, really getting engagement from stakeholders on what are the issues that we're trying to solve and what are some of the proposed solutions that stakeholders are able to share. So we've been really pleased with the results of the working groups. We will continue this effort, and I welcome your feedback on what's working well and what we need to continue to improve upon. We are starting to gear up a unique type of working group, which is for the day-ahead market enhancements policy development. So that policy was approved previously and is now currently in the implementation mode. So we will be standing up a implementation working group so that stakeholders can participate in how the day-ahead market enhancements parameters will be set and utilized. And so we're looking forward to many of you participating in that and ensuring that what gets implemented from a parameter perspective meets everybody's expectations that was approved through the policy. The last initiative I want to mention is we had a lot of feedback from the WEIM community regarding the RSCE Phase 2 Track 2 and the associated tagging changes. I think we landed in a really good spot there, and that was based on all of the feedback and really understanding the impact of some of the proposed changes to that process. So thank you for helping us navigate some of those challenging times. This year, we did kick off the policy initiatives catalog and roadmap process enhancements. The goal of the catalog is to really develop a short list of discretionary initiatives which reflect stakeholder priorities and will help inform our policy roadmap development. So I know we've been working with stakeholders and all of you through many various working groups as well to assess the impacts of different initiatives and setting the right priorities. The final policy roadmap will be presented to the ISO and WEIM governing body, Board of Governors and WEIM governing body later this year. And the last thing I wanted to mention is as we go into summer, the ISO did publish the summer assessment with our analysis showing conditions going into the summer significantly better than the last few years. So with the new resources coming online, average to slightly above average hydro conditions and a softening of the load forecast for peak demand have all contributed to an improved outlook for our summer assessment. We just completed the Summer Readiness Leadership Roundtable where we had a good discussion about anticipated conditions across the West. All of the WEIM entities participated in that roundtable as well as many of the utilities across the West and shared a similar outlook for this summer. So we look forward to maintaining a stable reliability summer based on the conditions so far. So I know we have a full agenda today, as Feline mentioned, a lot of really great topics. I will be listening in throughout the day and really do look forward to hearing from some of you on some of these key topics and looking forward to a collaborative discussion. So with that, I'll turn it back to Feline unless anybody has any questions that I'm certainly happy to answer.
No questions in the room. Any online, Isabella?
Not seeing any questions.
Great.
Right.
Well, thanks.
Thank you.
And again, welcome everybody.
All right. Thank you, Joanne. So let's go ahead and move on to the agenda. As you can see here, we will be covering a number of topics, including a readiness corner, change management, an EDAM implementation update from Kirsten Rock from PacifiCorp. We will have a policy initiatives briefing, a WIM enhancements update. And then next slide.
Sorry, Feline, looks like it's frozen. 1 second.
We will have a topic on demand response, market sim, WIM import transfer limitations. We will have an NRI refresher, and then we will have a topic on an update on GHG. And then I think Isabella, I don't know if you can move on to the next slide on the point of contacts for each organization.
Yeah, let me see. Sorry, my screen is frozen.
Okay. So we don't see the slide up here, but I did send out an email a couple weeks ago on the point of contacts for each organization. And if you are not the primary point of contact for your organization, or if you don't see your name on that list that I sent out, and let me see. So here's a list I have here with primary. And then back up. Let me know and I can get that updated. For those of you who are newer to this meeting, please note who the contacts are for your organization, and they do help the customer service team send you information related to WIM and for building agenda for future meetings. So here, I won't read through them all, but I have a list of the responsibilities for the point of contacts. And then an update for the next 2024 joint meeting forum that is going to be held on December 10th, and that will be a hybrid meeting. And I will be sending out an updated placeholder for those who are in attendance today. Let's go ahead and move on to the next presentation, Isabella. And that will be on the customer readiness corner. We'll start out with Heidi.
Thanks, Philem, and hello, everybody. Welcome. Glad to have you here. So just a little overview of what we're doing here in the customer readiness realm. So this is our customer education corner. I'm Heidi Carter, know a lot of you here, one of the customer education trainers. And we also have Monica Mwanatry, and she's online today. So we're going to do a little tag team here for our presentation. So many of you already know what we do, how we're structured, but just to kind of reinforce kind of how our group works and how we can support and how we do and will continue to support the WEIM community. So our team is customer readiness. We're broken into 3 sub-teams. So there's the customer onboarding. Some of you may have spoken with Nicole Hines. She's one of our onboarding specialists, her along with Ryan, and they're there to help with any kind of changes with SCIDs, et cetera. During the onboarding of the new WEIM entities, they're probably already working with them, but they will definitely work with them as that process starts to ramp up. We also have customer readiness. So that team is made up of Cynthia Hinman, I just want to call her Mo, Monica Mwanatry and Dottie Vance, as well as Joe Williamson Duffney. He is the specialist for change management. So we're really trying to work on getting notifications out much quicker. Dottie and Mo and Cindy are our trainers. They're following all the initiatives and doing that training to get everybody prepared for being able to incorporate whatever changes are as part of the initiatives into into your organization. They also write readiness notes, so they're gathering a lot of information on the back end to try and figure out this information, put it into a way that we can share it with the community, not just WEIM, but all market participants. And then there's the customer education side. So that's myself and Rhoda Madrigal. And what we're doing, we've just kind of broken up into this division last year, we're really focused on the education training programs. So the WEM training program, we had that for the onboarding. We're now moving that a little bit farther forward. We're also updating our SC certification training to make it more of an, more on the targeted individual level. We're working on our training tracks. And one of those was the training that we just did for resource owners and operators, because we realized there's a gap. But we're looking at all of those topics and creating both the onboarding as well as continuing education. So that's our next step in the evolution. We've been very focused on the onboarding, but now we're moving into more task-based customer continuing education. And EDAM is also a part of that. So we're working on the curriculum that will be developed for EDAM for onboarding and again for continuing. So that's how we're structured. But right now I'm going to turn it over to Mo, who's online, to talk about what the customer readiness team is working on, some of the new things that they've put on for training and where we're going there. So Mo, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you right now.
Thank you, Heidi. As Heidi mentioned, on the customer readiness side of the house, there were quite a few releases that we've deployed this year. For the first half of the year, there were 3 notable releases that have some impact on WEM entities that we want to briefly summarize, so that way we bring this to your attention. The first one, as you can see, is the WEIM RSEE2 Track 2, essentially the Resource Sufficiency Evaluation Enhancement Phase 2 Track 2. Now this one addresses 2 specific items. The first one addresses when resources can be available in a shorter amount of time when the timing of the than the timing of the check. Now the solution to that was to implement the capacity fail to start will exception. The second one is the LPT, the low priority transaction export tagging. This one allows the operators to have some visibility, should I say, to the priority exports during this system, during the stress system conditions. So this one, this project right here did have two trainings that were provided earlier this year, including a refresher training. The recordings and the presentation are available on the training center for your convenience. And I know that Heidi will be covering a slide on the new or on the training page, so more information will be covered when Heidi goes over that. But I do also want to emphasize that the production implementation for this project will be scheduled for July 2024 of this year. So be on the lookout for that project implementation. Now, the next one on the list is the Application Delivery Resiliency, the ADR. Some of you have probably heard about this during some of our release user group trainings, or I should say calls. This project has been in the works for a year and a half. You've probably heard more about this through, again, the user group calls, but this specific project essentially allows us to transition into the new API, the new UI, update IP addresses, and also the acceptable use policy. We've been sending out communication regarding the deprecation of the old UI URLs along with the API, so you would have seen communication come through that. We are finalizing this project and hope to have it completed by end of July of this year. We were waiting on 2 applications, the one for BAOP and the one for BSAP, which we're able to overcome. So now we're going to be sending out some communication to let you know when we will be decommissioning the old UI URLs for those applications and hopefully complete this project by end of June 2024. Now, the last one on the list is the new KISO website. Also, we're excited about this one because this one recently launched. If you log into the KISO page today, you'll notice that you'll see a new website design, page layout, completely different. We had 2 trainings that were provided recently to allow folks the opportunity to attend if you were not available. There is a crosswalk document that's also posted on the training center page that will give you information on where to find the old pages and the new pages. So there's a document out there on our training center that provides you supplementary information, in addition to the knowledge article that was created based on the questions that were provided during the training. So if you have questions, feel free to submit a city ticket or check out our available documents that are already out there. All right, next slide. Now, lastly, I want to go over our available resources. We have quite a few user groups that are currently posted out there and are available to all of you, our market participants, to have an opportunity to really attend and ask questions or provide some concerns that you may have. I've provided a list of the ones that are available on the ISO calendar. That I've also provided a link to the calendar so that way you can find out when these are happening. Some of them happen bi-weekly, weekly, or monthly. We encourage you to attend these meetings because it's going to be an opportunity for you to hear and share your concerns as you are embarking on or learning more about the new releases projects that are happening, such as the release user group, the RUG calls. This one happens bi-weekly. The next one's the technical user group, the TUG calls. Very popular, very great questions are being addressed in those platforms. There's also the settlements user group, the SUG calls, which addresses a lot of the settlement questions. Now, we also have market simulation that happens pending timeline, pending when there are releases of projects that are happening and require customers to interact and have an opportunity to go into the market simulation environment and validate new changes. So we encourage you to attend those if you're participating on those. And then also we have the BPM, the Business Manual Process meetings, the monthly meetings. Very, very helpful meetings. So whenever there are changes that are impacting releases or projects, the changes are discussed in that platform, and you as the stakeholders have an opportunity to provide your feedback in this platform. So we encourage you to attend these, any of these platforms, because really it's for you, our customers, so that way you can ask your questions, share your concerns, and also hear from others what their concerns are. So just wanted to let you know that these platforms are out there for you, and hopefully we'll get to see you in some of these platforms. So I will pause for a moment to see if anybody has any questions. All right, hearing none, I will hand it back to you, Heidi. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, Mo. We'll go ahead and move to the next slide here. And I think maybe Isabella, maybe I need you to move those. I think that there was kind of a delay between the room and there. So if we can go to slide 7. All right, looks like we're good. So I just wanted to recap. A lot of you attended the training series that we provided in May. 4 different courses really aimed at fundamental training for resource performance for all market participants, all resource owner operators, because we've got so much diversity that's coming onto the grid and so much diversity in knowledge, levels of experience, et cetera, that we were kind of trying to do a level set of information. We've had a lot of people that have said, hey, we need to go back to the basics. So that's what this was intended for. We had the 4 classes. They were all recorded, so all the materials are available. And the last one being last week, talking about the resource performance expectations for WEIM. So again, for most of you in this room, it's a lot, probably very low level, but we do see that there's a lot of need for kind of going back to the basics and creating a very solid program. So this is the foundation, the kickoff for more levels of training that we're going to be creating that are more task-based. So if you do have any questions about any of those, please contact us at customerreadiness@caiso.com, and we're happy to answer. Please also share that with your staff, especially those that are newer, to start using as foundational training. Maybe incorporate, if you're a trainer, incorporate that into your training onboarding programs. One of the things that we talked about last week was assistance energy transfer. So that is a class that's there. You know, we do encourage BAAs to use this as an opportunity to make sure that you're meeting your load during stress conditions. And there is a method for opting in. So like we said, this is in the training that was posted, and Mo mentioned that a little bit earlier, these are all on our learning center, which is now being called the training center. We also just put out as a kind of a partnership with the NRI team, a new resource guide for resource owners and operators. So this has a lot of useful links for the resource owner operators. It's got training resources, links to knowledge articles that have been created, policies and procedures, and also the NRI documents. So you'll get a little taste of that a little bit later today. But we did work, and we are continuing, our team is continuing to work with the NRI team to make that process more clear. We'll help with some training materials that they're going to be putting out. But this is a living document, and there are some topics that do relate to WEIM entities. So we encourage you to take a look at that, and if there's ever anything that you think would be useful to add to that document, please let us know, and we're happy to update that. So Mo mentioned a minute ago that the WEIM website that has been updated, and we are now changing. We've been telling you about the Learning Center for all these years. Now it is being called the Training Center. So this is now going to be available. Sorry about that font. And that is going to be on the ISO redesigned website. And so all the materials that we're talking about are located there. So you'll be able to find that information. And last, we are updating all of the WEIM CBTs because we have new entities that are coming on. So welcome. Our team is the customer education team. We will be working with the new entities through the onboarding process. And we have had requests to start using this for some of you that are existing in the industry to have these revamped so you can use those with your training program. So if, we do ask that you're reviewing these CBTs. If you see anything that needs to be updated, please let us know. Contact us at our email address, attention WEIM CBTs. And we are very happy to be incorporating those changes. So thank you for your participation. Again, if you have any questions, please let us know. So thank you very much. Go ahead and turn it over. Turn it back over.
All right. Good morning, everyone. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Mark Richardson. I am manager of stakeholder engagement and also assist with customer experience. I'm going to be covering just a few slides here. Heidi, really appreciate you walking through some of the activities, and Mo, thank you for talking about how to stay engaged. I think that's one of our, I'm going to say, largest struggles, to be honest, is how to ensure we're getting the right information to the right people and that you guys are participating in those associated forums. So any thoughts you guys have around that, or anything you kind of want to lead us down to kind of ensure we're touching the right people and ensuring that they're engaged in those forums so that your organizations kind of have those no surprises, because that's kind of the goal at the end of the day. So what I'm going to be covering here is just a few items that kind of came up last December during the past joint WEIM forum. These items are really critical, and I have some good news on those today. I'm also joined by Sirajul, who is our principal in the technology group. A lot of you know him from a telemetry perspective. To the extent anything goes wrong, typically his cell phone rings, and he's going to be talking about some of that F&M, the full network model validation items as well. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide, please, Isabella. All right. So during the last call, and this is something that we've had reported, I would say, over the last few years, and it's been an intermittent issue. Some entities experience it, some do not. So we've been getting reports of disconnects from Oasis. So to the extent you're logged into Oasis, it frequently disconnects, obviously leads to a bad user experience, as well as BAYOP. And I think we all understand the criticality of BAYOP. Again, it's very intermittent. Obviously, each organization has their own IT infrastructure, their own associated network connections, network settings, security settings, and things of that nature. So that kind of makes it a little difficult to kind of hone in on exactly what's happening there. I am happy to report from an Oasis issue, we haven't heard of any disconnects. We did have a few parties that were experiencing it. We assembled a IT Tiger team where we actually got on the phone, set up all the associated database logging, network traffic logging, and worked with those entities through multiple calls on exactly what that user was experiencing, and we're able to determine what associated updates we needed to make on our end from an application user perspective, as well as associated network settings on theirs on how to handle that traffic. So we've resolved to this point Oasis disconnect issues. So to the extent you're out there and you do have Oasis disconnect issues, let us know. We'll be happy to get that team engaged and resolve those issues for your organization. BayOp, we are making a ton of progress on the BayOp front. I want to thank those entities that have been engaging with us. We're currently working on setting up dedicated calls with those operators that have had experienced those disconnects. So definitely look forward to providing a great update, probably on within the next few biweekly ops call updates. So good progress there. I just wanted to report out on that. And we are heavily engaged with our vendor, Siemens, on BayOp because we understand the criticality of being disconnected from that system for our operators. The last IT application related item that came up was latency. And what that really was is to the extent an entity submits a base schedule or a base schedule update, how much time do we need to allow for the system to consume that, allow the associated base schedule rules engine to run and determine if it's a valid base schedule prior to that entity retrieving that information. So working with our vendor and working with our IT staff, we've determined about 30 seconds is the best practice between a API submission or a manual UI submission versus actually retrieving that base schedule and consuming it in whatever downstream systems you utilize from an overall balancing perspective. There was also a mention of, hey, how do we know whether or not, where's that form of acknowledgement that, hey, we received your submission, we have it, you're good to go. The base schedule went from 35 to 40, for example. And engaging with IT, we were able to determine that the last modified date, which is an XML tag in that payload that you're able to retrieve, is the best date to key on because that's going to tell you when that last successful base schedule submission was. Do I have any questions as it pertains to application disconnects or latency before moving on to the next slide? And if Isabella, if you wouldn't mind keeping an eye on hands or chat questions, I'd appreciate it. Or is there anything in the room that you guys have, or are you experiencing better behavior with those systems?
I have a hand online, Mark.
All right,
Julie from
TDP. You may be muted, Julie. We don't hear you yet.
And Julie, looks like you're muted in the WebEx.
All right. While we work out those audio issues, are there any other hands in the WebEx? No? All right.
No, there are not.
Julie, let us. All right. Thank you, Isabella. Yeah, so it looks like the host is muting Julie. Is there a way to request for her to unmute?
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Julie, you should.
I can. Good morning, Julie. Hope you're doing well.
Good morning, Mark. You too. So again, this is Julie McCollum. I'm from Tucson Electric Power. I just wanted to, I guess, ask a follow-up question on this slide, Mark. Appreciate all the work you guys are doing with the vendor. Do you know if there's been any progress or additional discussions on the processing of VER forecasts specifically? Because we had done a little bit of a presentation on that aspect, and I think there was a question that you all were going to go back and think about, which was, do the VER updates have to go through the ALF system?
Yes, no, I do recall that, and I appreciate you raising that. I don't know if we have Amber Motley on or Rebecca from the forecasting team? If we do, I would like to kind of punt that question to them and just to kind of level set with everybody. So what Julie's referring to there is there is a kind of a built-in delay from the time of forecast submission where it gets processed through ALS, sent to the market, and there's a bit of delay behind that forecast versus what the solar facility is actually doing. I believe it was 2 to 3 RTD intervals, if I recall correctly. But I don't know if we have, they are not on right now. Julie, I appreciate the question. Let me get you an answer, and I will definitely, maybe after lunch, open up with that.
Sure.
Thank you for raising it.
No problem. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, if there's no further questions, let's go ahead and go to the next slide. And let me just apologize for the amount of words in this slide, but there was actually quite a bit of really constructive conversation with several of the WEIM entities that we have had over the last several weeks as it pertains to full network model improvements. So the issue and concerns that have been raised by various entities have been around those model build promotions. And as a result of those model build promotions, they have units that get electrically disconnected. Therefore, they're no longer getting dispatched by the market, but obviously they're still running physically. That has reliability / financial implications, as well as there's been some ICCP link deltas between what the entity was expecting versus what the market is consuming that could lead to, I don't want to say infeasible dispatches, but dispatches that weren't expected based on the associated awards. So what we've been doing, as I mentioned, is we've been meeting with various entities that have been quite vocal on this topic, and we appreciate your guys' feedback. And so as an outcome of those meetings, what I really wanted to share in this forum is, so as you may or may not be aware, the ISO goes through a process where any new model build gets promoted to our staging environment first, and our team does several, I would say over a week of validation steps to ensure that model is not fully breaking the system and we leads us to a reliability related event, right? Some of the challenges though, and several of the entities acknowledge this, is the stage environment is streaming information from prod. That information from production also includes the old ICCP related information, whatever the Yukon breaker statuses are in production. So it's not a true validation from an external perspective. So what we're doing is we're really exploring ways to allow an entity to further validate that model build and have confidence in it prior to going to production. That way your operators aren't dealing with real-time issues during that midnight cutover. So that's an action item on our side. We've had several meetings internally already on it, post those conversations, and definitely look forward to providing an update during the biweekly ops call that hopefully many of you are attending to provide those updates. Now, we also wanted to, or one of the other outcomes from that meeting was the awareness of those units being disconnected from an entity perspective. So what we've seen is there's some outages, and to the extent and the timing of in which those outages are in place from a start and end date perspective, if it overlaps with the model build, sometimes operators are man-repping some of those Yukon values, so they're physically changing what that value is in the system, and when a new model build comes in, it kind of wipes that out, which leads to confusion, and it appears the unit's disconnected, or maybe you're getting that interesting DOT that you don't believe you should be. So what we're recommending here from a market and entity perspective for everybody is to ensure everyone's on the same page with, hey, what are those man reps we have in place today? What outages are in place today? That way, when that model build happens, those are the first things an entity is looking for when troubleshooting, to the extent they're seeing interesting behavior in production post that build. And then the last item here that I asked Sirajul to join, because I know he has a lot of good ideas on this front, is there was a need to have that ICCP ID to resource ID mapping. And that's from a, what is the market consuming as it pertains to that telemetered point. We acknowledge that wasn't previously provided, that exact mapping in the past. There's obviously been a heavy integration of batteries. The SOC telemetered value is a very key value that goes into that optimization. So what Surajal and his team are working on is providing you that mapping. We're working on an automated solution. So right now it's manual on our end, but that information is getting posted to the RC portal within 3 business days post that release, right? So that your modeling teams, your associated operators, or whatever team is responsible for ensuring that you have the appropriate mapping from a resource to telemetry perspective, they have what we're seeing and what our systems are running with. Surajal has a few ideas that I'm going to turn it over to him now. I believe he also had a few questions that you guys may or may not have as it pertains to some of those telemetry points. So let me welcome Surajal. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Mark, for the opportunity. My name is Surajul Chaudhary. Probably most of you dealt with me in email or calls or something. And first of all, I apologize for any inconvenience or any issues on our side. Definitely, there are some issues on our side that we are working to rectify and correct with automation, with the validation. So we're working on that for sure. And on top of it, as Mark said, we are working on giving you guys the better visibilities of the mappings. So one thing I would recommend is not to move reference point of the telemetry from, suppose people try to move from generator output to a high side of the transformer. Without understanding that moving after we do the testing, EIM cutover, I highly recommend that we do not touch or move points around. That is one thing we have seen that caused a grief and confusion for us. And another thing is sometimes we saw that the modeling information is given, but the telemetry information was missing. So, and then some participant provided it in an email later on. Then we go and try to map it in between model build. So what I recommend is to give us a ICCP ID, even though you do not have it, just follow your naming convention and make up a ID. You do not have to have a data in your system, so that we have all the mapping done, all the work done on our side. And whenever your side is ready, you don't have to worry about it. You control it, and the telemetry will be seen by our market system and in our network model. So those are key things to remember. Do not move the points around after validation. When you move it around, then a lot of things start to break. So I would recommend that if you need to create a duplicate points, just create a calculation and make a duplicate points instead of moving the reference point. So you'll have less grief later on. Any questions I can entertain? Or?
Hi, Sirajul. Good morning. How are you?
Good. Thank you.
This is Saurabh Monga, SMUD. So in this general area, we've also seen where, as you know, bank has sub-entities. They're working on getting their EMS replaced. So what happened with us is one of the entity was as part of the EMS replacement, they had new ICCP points, which I believe it was an email communication or whatnot.
Yes.
I think, so what I want to highlight is maybe you can consider a process by which we provide those points to you, like via city ticket or, through the portal or whatnot, instead of emails, because as you know, emails can get lost or whatnot and things like that. I wanted to request this for your consideration.
Absolutely. Yes, I was in the call with that entity, but what happened is, unfortunately, when you replace EMS, you do not change the ICCP IDs. So unfortunately, with that specific vendor on the transition from the old to the new vendor, entity was changing the IDs. So we had to reprogram it. So the good practice is not to change the ID that cause impact to the downstream external entities, right? So that is the lesson learned. So I recommended them that we can adjust it now for you in the meantime. But for the rest of the communities, normally people do replace EMS, but they do not touch because it propagates to the other entities, have the communication data transfer, right? Because one entity can have 10, 15 BAs, they can share data, right? So on that particular instance, yes, we acknowledge that and we'll do a better job communicating. Thank you, Sura, for bringing that up.
Thank you for your response.
Oh, no problem.
I had a quick question. This is Elizabeth Goodman from APS. So unfortunately, we had a similar situation on a couple of them. I don't know if the vendor, even when we requested not to have touched those points, they still did. So we understand the downstream implications. So I think when we go back to process, I know a lot of things we are doing right now is via email. So when we're looking to improve the process, is that a required field? So like when we put a new resource in and we build in that full network model, is that now going to be a required field for us to add in that ICCP mapping rather than sending you an email later?
That would be the best practice so that it is all kept in one location, SCADA template file. And I added in the documentation that since the batteries are coming in external entities, that they have to provide the SOC mapping also in addition to that.
When we do the full network model submission.
Correct. Correct.
So, I mean, we have had situations where we've had to change it as
Correct.
wanted to do. So when we've identified that we've had to make that change from what we originally submitted, what's your recommendation? How do we go about, what's the lead time? Is there some guidance there to help with the process to make sure that we don't have any missteps there?
Sure. I would recommend that you submit a CD ticket and make sure the next SCADA template that you submit incorporates that on your side so that your SCADA template is always up to date. So you submit a CD ticket, then we process it as soon as possible to make the change. You tell us, your priority if you cannot wait till the next model, but we can accommodate that. That's not a problem to help you as soon as possible to implement it. But the most important thing is the next submission, if it's still empty, what happens is when you suck it in, the model is going to wipe out. So possibility of getting wiped out, right? So if you have a mature SCADA template all the time and it's up to date, when the SCADA is pushed into the database, you'll have it. It's nothing to, sometimes system think that, oh, they deleted the ICP ID, so I need to delete it because it's blank, right? So we can work it together and, make sure that, both are win-win situation. We'll do everything in our disposal.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right. Any other questions on the WebEx? Do we have any hands, Isabella?
No, we do not.
All right. Thank you, Srajal. Appreciate it. All right. So one thing I neglected to mention, I think this is actually a really good segue into Ginger Quintavala's. She just has one slide here where we're going to kind of tease out, and we're really looking for your guys' feedback on the best way to address this, but this is something that we've been experiencing from our end, right? So just as important as it is for the ISO to be timely notifying customers regarding system changes, system updates, system maintenance, we have a very similar request of the community. So thank you for coming, Ginger, and let me turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mark. Hello, everyone. Many of you probably know me from my previous role in customer experience, so it's nice to see so many familiar faces, and now I'm on the IT side of the house. And Saurabh, thank you. I could not have planted you better with the question you just asked for the upcoming topic. I oversee the change management here at the ISO from the IT perspective. We interact heavily with other groups. You're probably very familiar with communications that the customer readiness team sends out about changes that we're doing in our systems that have impacts to you. Examples, we're taking Oasis down for a patch or updating UIs, new fields, things like that. So that kind of comes through our change management process. We had a couple instances lately with customers making significant changes on your systems. And most of the time we kind of have a feeling they're coming or we know about them. Sirajal actually lets us know when you guys have reached out to him. We had one we didn't know about. It was not a WEM entity, but it had a pretty significant impact on our systems. And it kind of opened up some doors and made us think about some things. And I'm going to actually give a thank you to APS. They did a great job with some recent changes they had and reaching out to us. And I kind of wanted to, as Mark said, float this with you guys to understand and kind of think about how each of you internally handle your changes, but getting that information over to us so we can make sure that we're circulating it internally. And for example, if you're making a change to your, I don't know, web OMS system, that we don't make a change on our system at the same time and cause all kinds of problems. So that's kind of what I wanted to talk about and get a feeling for you and how you might be able to best send those kind of communications over to us, and thinking about systems that we interact with, that you might be upgrading and making sure that we're avoiding making changes, and we can put those on our change management calendar, make sure we're not stepping on any of your changes or causing problems for us or for you and those kind of things. So that's really what I wanted to kind of get a feel for. I don't expect answers right now. You can certainly bring those up later, think about this, take this back internally. We have the biweekly operations call. That would be a good time for this. If you wanted to reach out to Phileme or Mark and say, hey, I want to talk about this, I can join those meetings as needed. But that's kind of what we're looking for, is just more of a partnership in that. And you know, we didn't want to dictate and say, hey, we need you to fill out a form or we expect you to do this. We really wanted to kind of get your feedback on what works best for you to kind of build that partnership with change, so we don't run into these kind of problems where we're stepping on each other or potentially causing you issues or us issues, kind of that partnership. Mark, I think you wanted to add something.
Yeah, no, thank you, Ginger. And I really kind of wanted to tease out in the room, you know, maybe some initial reactions. You know, when we talk about system changes, you know, which systems raise to that level of criticality where there is a need to inform us, right? Obviously, EMS, ADS, some of those systems that impact reliability, but we're really looking to hear from you guys. Maybe what are some of your processes? How are you informing folks that interact with the ISO market on your end? What's the level of, you know, timeliness behind those communications, right? Is it a simple FYI? Do those schedules move often? So we're really just kind of looking to have an open conversation around this. Again, we could get much deeper in the next biweekly ops call if needed, but if there's any initial reactions, I definitely welcome them. I will start calling. All right. Thank you, John Fulkerson from Portland.
John Fulkerson, Portland General Electric. And I want to thank you guys for bringing this up, because I think you guys bring to light an important topic that we've recognized at Portland as well. It's not just when we see issues occurring on CAISO side and communications coming to Portland. It could be vice versa. I think what Portland has recognized is that some of the communication methods that CAISO uses is in silos. And I think that we would love to see a more centralized program or use that could go both ways, that we could kind of like collaborate with that and how that would work. But today we have people who move around in different roles. Sometimes one group gets it and others don't. And sometimes it's embedded in a system and sometimes it's with a key customer manager. And so I think this brings to light like a bigger picture thing, I think, that needs to occur first.
No, I think that's a great point, because we do have multiple channels for trying to get that information out. You know, and depending on, you know, who has that associated system access, maybe it's that form of targeted communication, maybe it's an M&S message, maybe it's an ADS message, maybe it's a notice that gets posted the day before on the daily briefing. There are multiple avenues of communication, and I'm, you know, thinking here, you know, along with what you're saying is, you know, maybe some form of a dashboard that here's all the things going on today, and give an opportunity for an external party to also share what they have going on, to the extent it has market ramifications or potential market ramifications.
Yeah, and a perfect example is, like, for example, we went over the POC list here today that sits, I believe, on maybe the WEIM dashboard. and we get an email from our key customer manager that says, hey, update all of these key folks.
Yep.
And we're going through and we're looking at, different
Yeah.
names of what we're calling things and different
Yep.
responsibilities in the titles of
Right.
what we have. And so it'd be nice. Yeah, I think one dashboard with WEIM-ISO that is kind of something that each entity could actually plug into.
Okay. No, I appreciate that, John. Thank you. Any other comments in the room or online?
Not seeing anything
This is
online.
Elizabeth. Hey, this is Elizabeth Goodman from APS. So I would support that. I mean, right now we try to, even if we believe we're going to impact neighboring BAs with our system. So I think with our EMS, we ended up, posting to Oasis, just because that was a large upgrade for us. But I think just kind of putting together some lists of systems initially that we believe would have an impact. And then I do think the dashboard or some sort of central communication, if it impacts entities, great, but I think just that awareness. And if we can just put together some high level systems that if we're touching, upgrading, those kinds of things should rise to that level of communication and just kind of get some initial rules around it.
And I'm going to deviate slightly from the original conversation. Thank you for the feedback. A couple of things that I'm working on slightly related, but this is actually more outbound to you guys, is we have a scheduled maintenance and outage on our Mark participant portal, and we currently put it out there. We realize it's not ideal for your use. We're changing that. It's been written by IT folks. No offense to any IT folks, but it's not always written in the most customer-friendly way. So we're working with the customer readiness team to kind of revamp that, make it a little bit more user-friendly. And one of the things I actually wanted to ask you is we struggle with the balance of, do we let you know a day in advance about something and we maybe don't have the hour nailed down where we might be taking something down? Or maybe we know we're going to do it this week, we're just not sure which day. And I wanted to kind of ask you, is it helpful or valuable for you if we were to say, hey, this week, maybe we don't have the days yet, but we know we're going to be touching these 3 systems sometime this week? Would that information be valuable to you, or is it not until we actually know the exact day and time? So can I get some feedback on that, just to get some perspective from you without making assumptions?
So this is Danny Dial from APS. I think that would work.
I don't think
Oh, you
might-
don't need that for the phone. I think
Okay.
that would be worth it, right? To let us know what you're touching. And as you get closer to the date and time, at least we're aware that something is going to occur this
Okay.
week on any of the applicable systems. But if you can, once you get more information, using that same thread, update, let us know. Like, hey, these are the exact times, but at least we're aware that something's going to occur.
Okay.
Because then we start looking at all of the downstream systems, the ancillary systems. If we have some type of issue, we can say, oh, the ISO, they touched these 3 critical systems. Okay.
Okay, thank you for the feedback. And for those of you that couldn't hear potentially on the phone, it was that there would be some value in us updating and letting you get that heads up that we know this week we're going to be touching these systems. So thank you for the feedback. Anyone else on the phone or in the room with opinion or feedback on that? Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. And if you want to talk about this more, kind of run it back maybe internally, we can definitely talk about it in the bi-week labs meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ginger. Appreciate it. I will turn it back over to Fleem at this point.
Thank you. Ginger, I just did get a message from Tanisha. She said, yes, a pre-notice would be helpful along with maybe an impact analysis. Thanks, Tanisha.
Hello and good morning. My name is Kirstine Rock. I'm with Pacific Core. We're a lot of hats there, just like many of you. I oversee market policy and analytics, some of the forecasters and optimization folks on the team, and I am currently also wearing the hat of EDEM implementation lead. So it is with that latter perspective that I'm going to be speaking to you today. I feel too short, sorry, let me move a little bit. And also wanted to just kind of reflect, wrote down some words that just kind of came up throughout this. So I have IT process systems, changes, iterative improvements, centralized communication, and silos. It was kind of all mentioned in this conversation to date. All of that applies perfectly well to EDAM and to us changing and going live in the spring of 2026. So without further ado, I am going to give you a little bit of a higher level update on how we're approaching it, what some of the work streams are, where we are at, some of the early lessons learned, and won't go into huge amount of technical details. There might be other opportunities, or certainly you can reach out to me and some folks on my team to do some of these deeper dives. But today I wanted to just provide a bit of a primer. So if somebody could please move to the first slide. So implementation approach. All of you will have onboarded to WEIM. PAC onboarded to EIM in 2014 without a lot of the benefit of the kind of infrastructure and the processes that the CAISO has available today and that many of you went through. So to say that we also have a lot of lessons learned on what we seek to not repeat as the first mover is probably an understatement. And we're working very closely and very appreciative of the partnership with CAISO to improve and really kind of leverage some of the infrastructure and the processes and the training onboarding materials that have been created, mostly to support many of you. So really, we came up with a bit of an implementation approach and philosophy to guide our implementation process. You can see it here. Really, we want to not just upgrade, but we want to future-proof. We want to touch our system one. If you think about this as a car, once I have the hood open, I want to pull out every hose and really take another look at everything that might be in there from 2013, 2014, some of which may have not gotten touched. So we're really taking a holistic approach to doing all the upgrades, doing the documentation of the as-built environment. We keep finding little things and other elements that we weren't even necessarily aware of at times that different departments had to build to make certain things move faster and better. We're going to really lean into leveraging technologies, not just from the vendors, but some of the more modern ones that some of you may have heard of. We're really looking at forecasting technology. We're looking to get and really challenging our vendors to kind of say, what is it that we need to build to be good, not just at go live, but 2 to 3 years after that. So we can grow into that system. We don't want to touch it again. That, incidentally, as many of you know, actually requires quite a bit of work to be thoughtful about what those things are and the requirements and what we think we can support as an organization. The second or the third piece also for us is we need to build bench. I don't know about you all, but we have quite a bit of turnover. We have a lot of very new folks too. We have kind of a bimodal distribution. We have people that have been with us for a long time, and we have people that are relatively new, and they may not have gone through this personality forming experience of the WEIM onboarding, if you will. I was not here for that either. So we're really having to build bench. We're having to really empower and build and lay a foundation down for our entire organization that will be engaged in this to understand. So we're partnering with Heidi and we're partnering with a lot of the CAISO departments to really bring up kind of the level of knowledge. We have had a lot of history of kind of surgically training and educating staff as they come online, and then they do their jobs and they do a good job, and then that's that. So for EDAM, we're really philosophically ripping that open a little bit. We're going to have a lot of our front office folks, for instance, go back through and take kind of the entire primer, from operations all the way to what is settlements. And just for them to have a better understanding, as we believe EDAM is a notable and important step that enables us to have a lot more benefits for customers, but also constitutes quite a bit of risk. So as such, we feel that we need to have our staff kind of open up their aperture of perspective, if you will, even if their daily jobs is really surgical and really focused on one element. So we appreciate the partnerships with the CAISO. Second thing is we're really leveraging cooperation and partnerships, both internally. Somebody mentioned silos. We have silos of excellence at PacifiCorp. I don't know about everybody else, but it's been a bit of a work stream to connect the people, to work across the different departments, and to even figure out what we call sync up language elements and knowledge gaps, if you will. Working with the CAISO, we're really also reframing as one of the entities that's going to go first. You know, we've really reframed our relationship with our technology partner as just that versus the vendors. We have to partner with them. None of us really haven't done this before, so we're really partnering with them, and we're engaging with them slightly different than if you were to just buy a version of the technology that has been proven. So a little bit more high touch, a little bit more engaged from our staff to do this. And of course, we're also looking to enable and partner with some of the other entities. For now, we've been really collaborating with Bank quite a bit, but are also enabling and attempting to help as we can other kind of EDAM leaning entities as appropriate. And last but not least, and this might just be my personal bias from coming from product development, I'm always looking to make things faster, better for the people coming beyond us. And we're working with the CAISO to really kind of figure out how do we provide that perspective of the workload that actually we as entities have to do, in addition to the work that we're having to do with the CAISO. So next slide, please. So I won't go here through this in detail, but this is our, and many of you will have seen some version of this when you onboarded to WEIM. We'll have different dates, generally looks very similar, has the normal things on there, connectivity testing, onboarding testing, all of this. For us at PAC, what that means is we're essentially one day away from June 2024. From where I sit, I have 1 year to get ready for all the testing, because per the schedule, as you can see here, we need to be ready to do that in June of next year. There's a little bit of a narrative inside our organization at times. It's like, we have until spring of 2026 to be ready for that. Really, we have to have all the software, and we need to have a lot done by next June. That's quite a bit of workload. I'll speak a little bit more about that, but we're feeling good so far, but it's quite the workload for us to do. Next slide, please. So I had the need for myself, as well as for my executive leadership and my team at PAC, to summarize kind of the core work that we as an onboarding entity actually have to do. One piece of that, as you see here in green, is really our work with the CAISO. And that is really, you know, the work the CAISO is supporting and putting all the onboarding methodologies together and the training and all of these connectivity testings. As we have discovered, there's a lot more work for all of us to do, minus this. So for us, some of the other core elements is we have to develop an OAT. We are working with third-party customers. We have quite a few of those. Some of you might be aware we're just starting our OAT public process next week. In fact, we're publishing our first draft OAT for EDAM for stakeholder review, as well as then have a workshop on that on the 6th for some of you who are interested in listening. That is available online. We have to go figure out and sort out, negotiate roles and responsibilities. EDAM is going to, depending on how you are organized as a separate entity, there is going to be some changes potentially in roles and responsibilities. We have some of those. An example, just a simple one, for the day ahead RSE. Right now, today, our grid ops get the RSE information. In the future, we're going to have to figure out how to share some of that information with other departments. We are navigating rules of conduct. How can we share information? Just on my project team even, we have people from the front office, market employees and transmission employees, and just basic, how do we even manage that given the cross-cutting nature of EDAM? So work in progress, lots going on there. We also as PAC have internal readiness and foundational projects, as we like to call them. And this is really a function of, we went into EIM in 2014. We've done quite a bit of upgrades throughout, but still have a lot of work to do. We are going back and having to kind of really even retrofit some of the information, the CAISO, demanded and you all had to provide that we did not at the time because these processes did not exist. So we have quite a bit of kind of work to do to provide information, to just kind of come up to the level where some of you all are to kind of make that leap into EDAM. So I'm commenting on this because sometimes people give me comments, correctly so, that our effort seems like a very big one. And it is, because we have 10 years to bridge. And some of you who may have joined EIM last year or 2 years ago or 3 years ago will have done a lot of that work already more recently than we have. So I just want to be keeping this real here because we have a lot of other things to do. We need to move things into the cloud. We need to streamline different data processes. So we have a lot of process changes. We're currently taking inventory of just what is the system as built, where do we have known gaps, and then once we know how the software updates and all the new processes operationally, as well as everything from settlements and data streams will be needed, we would need to document this and really enable future generations to have better documentation and onboarding materials internally. Last for us is data analytics. We are looking to really figure out how to take some of the data. Can't speak for anybody else. I do know that at PacifiCorp, we have an incredible amount of data available to us, and many utilities, I think, are data rich inside poor. We almost have so much data and don't always know quite what to do with it. And it tends to be locked away with different vendors and can't easily be combined by data analytics professionals today. They are incredibly frustrated by just how difficult it is to get a data set together to come up with some insights. Obviously, going into EDAM, we are looking to inform how we're doing, how bidding strategies are working, and how a lot of this, how do we know if we're working well? Along with the CAISO. The CAISO, of course, is doing a lot of this as well. We would like to have some of that in-house. That's an emerging topic for us. And so that's, something we're going to tackle next year. A little bit of metering upgrades for us. We have some resources that we are intending to convert from non-participating to participating. So there's some metering, some substation. Many of you will know that the supply chain is a little bit of a challenge, although that has gotten better. Procurement. Not a sexy topic from any perspective, but a very necessary one. We as PacifiCorp are part of Berkshire Hathaway, so we have 2 levels of things to navigate. And we are, in our particular case, we're looking to execute about 12 agreements with 12 different software vendors. That's quite a bit of procurement work that needs to get done and get synced up. Of course, we have to also upgrade cybersecurity agreements for all of some of these older MSAs that we might have. We have to do foreign ownership. So we're really retrofitting all the contracts to current standard, and some of that takes some time. Software changes, that is almost, in the middle here, and we're doing a process change and software change project. That's from where I stand, what EDAM is. It's a lot of work, and as I mentioned, we're going to be updating a lot of systems internally as well, not just the systems that connect with the CAISO, but really internal systems that help us do various things, everything from meter management and piping data to a certain department to support settlements, various other elements. Communication. So we talked about silos. Communication, incredibly important internally. We are a large organization, so for us, figuring out an effective way of communicating to the right audiences internally on what they need to know. And we just talked about this in terms of change management. When do people need to know what? Well, that's going to be difficult for us to figure out. Right now, we're sending out a kind of almost a company-wide monthly update. We created an intranet site where we update weekly progress reports and everything else to kind of enabling self-serve of information, which is what I believe was almost the most practical way of going about this, giving so many different users that we have. Change management, I mentioned already, a lot of that for us is training, a lot of it is documentation, and we are going to tackle this in 2025 once we have a good understanding of the full scope of the work that needs to get done. Next slide, please. Okay, this is just perhaps an obvious thing, but it's highly iterative. We've been at this for a little bit, almost a year now, when we started looking at this at PacifiCorp. So really we have, so many different aspects, and some of them the CAISO team has really been working on in parallel with us. They have done a great job on pushing some of these things, accelerating it, really been trying to listen to our needs and our vendors' needs. We had a vendor workshop that the CAISO was kind enough to host because we needed budgets out of the vendors, and they could not give us the budgets because they didn't know what the scope. And their argument was they had not published all the tech specs and everything. And it's like, okay, well, we need to get some estimates from the vendors. So the CAISO hosted a very well-attended vendor workshop to kind of get over that hurdle. And so essentially, really what we found is we started with the design and the tariff from the CAISO. Then we have the business requirements, the tech specs. They all kind of come in waves on different topics as the teams get them done. And then, of course, the business practice manual. We have DAME and EDAM to navigate. All of that, then as we have questions, we would go to the CAISO, and we've just gotten very good at sending a lot of questions, and they're very patient with us, and there's a lot of information that goes back and forth. Sometimes we find things that the CAISO team said, oh, that's an interesting thing, we should look at that and add to it. So we're really taking that approach. But, lots of questions, lots of ad hoc engagement that I think the onboarding process from the CAISO nicely supports in the different tracks. And so that's what I would say here. None of this is likely surprising to any of you, but it's, something we had to sort out. Next slide, please. Keeping track of time, by the way, for anybody who's wondering how many more slides. So progress to date, I mentioned the OAT process already. Procurements, we have the budgets. We are now working on SOWs with our vendors. The practical reality is many utilities like to have, and our procurement folks like to have a very detailed scope. They write the POs and everything to a known technical need or known feature list. We're not in that space. So we're having to be creative as to how do we meet all the procurement requirement and also anticipate some changes, which inevitably will come before go live. And they're not going to come at a convenient time either. So let's just not pretend that. So procurement has been a very interesting process for us. We're kind of now getting ready to actually get moving toward, we have all the contracts negotiated and updated. We are now moving towards the SOWs and actually trying to get them all signed. Internal readiness, I mentioned this, we just published an RFP for some of the VER forecasting. We're mentioned that earlier, I want to be future ready. So we're really pushing, we're also issuing an RFP. I want to say thank you to Bank for helping us look into that for the LMP forecasting services. And really some of the back office solutions that were previously in-house, we're putting out for RFP to see if we can get some of the vendors to provide us better solutions that are then more integrated. For us, the goal is, we have a patchwork of vendors, quite a few of them, and the goal is really to see how can we streamline and also how can we eliminate elements in our tech stack that, are poorly supported. Maybe internal IT has to do this. And so we're really reducing failure points in our system overall. Metering, I mentioned this. We are hoping to convert several units. We're working on the metering infrastructure substation design. We're done with the technical design from engineering on some of this and moving that forward. And obviously we've signed our implementation agreement. And the CAISO is very patient waiting for me to commit to some timelines and some milestones, which, this will be a forthcoming quality here in the next 2 months because so many things moving, and I want to make sure we have meaningful milestones to report out. Next slide. Okay, next step. I think we already talked about this, so let's just kind of go to the final step or final slide so we have some room for questions, if I may. All right. Again, all of you who are sitting here, and I have literally some of you come to me and say, I'm so glad you're going first so we can see what happens to you. And that's fine. And we knew that. So some of the lessons learned for us is, you know, joint development and problem solving mentality is incredibly important. I actually built a PMO team with people and personalities that have that kind of almost in their personality DNA. It's, you know, very important. We are daily confronted with things we don't know. And we have to work with the CAISO to find a solution. And it's very difficult sometimes to have a team of folks that if they don't have everything known and clearly defined, they can't move forward. So in this particular project team, we had to build a team that the folks have the capability, the awareness and the emotional intelligence to work with the people that really need the details and that are really concerned about risk, which is of course very important, but can still make progress in the absence of certainty and all the information. So the other issue that we discovered is there are different people involved typically in developing policy initiatives and developing tariffs and all of this. And then it gets kind of packaged up and thrown over the wall to the implementation people. Those tend to be PMO people. They are project managers. They tend to be IT folks. They want details, timelines, you know, and those, we found that we had to bring some of my policy people in. And so we had to kind of smooth that over. Same with the CAISO. CAISO was very good about sometimes providing us with some of their policy staff to kind of bridge that gap. For many of you, that probably will not be an issue, but certainly for Bank and us at this point, we're having to interpret some of the pieces and stitch that all together. So people ask me, boy, seems like a lot for you all, seems like a big effort. True, all of that is true. I explained to you why we're choosing that approach. We want to have the staff knowledgeable and engaged when we go live, and we want to be able to flourish in the EDEM versus kind of saying, oh my God, we hope it works, sort of a thing. So that's not the goal here. We intend to stick our landing. And, but, you know, people really try to size up what might it take for them in budgets, in complexity to join EDEM. So I would say, you know, we can try to have some conversations around this. We're a very unique bird. Bank is a very unique entity as well. So it fundamentally, in my opinion, comes down to when did you join WEIM? How updated are your systems? How recently did you do all the stuff we have to go through right now? And as I mentioned already, navigating an internal organization of lots of people with specialized expertise, EDEM is an inherently cross-cutting opportunity. As a process person, I think it's a fantastic opportunity to really kind of take a holistic look at your organization and flesh out opportunities for enhancements. So we're kind of leaning fully into this. I'm very grateful that my leadership is supporting my approach on this. And, you know, and then working with the vendors for us right now is highly iterative, and they're uncomfortable and they have to essentially commit to providing us something without knowing all the details. And that's not fantastic for anybody, but we're going to kind of sort that out in procurement. So with that, I'm done. 7 minutes left for comments. We have more. Okay, I set a little timer. Okay, perfect. So with that, those are kind of the rest of my remarks. I'm happy to, you know, anybody that has more detailed questions. We frequently host people that want to learn more about the details of what we're doing. Happy to entertain these conversations if people or questions if you have them. But with that, I'm done, and I would love to, any questions somebody might have that I can't answer, I'm happy to.
Hey, Kirsten, Mark Richardson here. Quick question for you to hopefully get conversations started. So you mentioned internally there's a kind of a monthly email or notification that goes out to all Pacific Corp users, informing them of what's going on.
Yeah.
Is there a venue or a similar communication, maybe at a higher level, obviously, that goes out externally for some of those others who have kind of shown they intended to do, you know, go with EDAM, or those who are interested and just want to know what's going on?
No, although now I'm afraid they might just come to me and ask for that. No is the answer, although, you know, I mean, we could probably facilitate that if that's helpful. I don't, there's a lot of internal PAC things that are perhaps pertaining to us as an organization, but certainly we have updates with the CAISO leadership, I believe quarterly, looking for Joanne. Yeah, I think quarterly. It's a little difficult for us to know what information to share externally that would be helpful without people, and have that be useful to others versus borderline annoying. So, yes. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Quick question on, and we don't have an answer for it here, just an action item. So obviously when like PAC joined WEIM, APS, we worked closely together. So for your neighboring entities with you joining the market, is there any testing or things that we need to be prepared where we need to spin off projects in order to support going into this market with you?
There is. So the answer to that is yes, and likely yes. And we are taking inventory right now on, and candidly with the prospect of, potentially other markets also. There is some of those conversations and work streams that need to be sorted out. Just to be very candid, we have not yet put that particular work stream together to look at that. But my expectation is that yes, coordination and, proactive communication would be needed and appropriate. When that would be, I'm not sure, and I'm open,
Yeah, I mean, like similar, I know CAISO coordinated like when a new market entrance is coming in. We had a forum monthly that we would talk about, if we didn't have anything, we would cancel. But just as things progress, because we would then also have to make sure that resources are available. We're already starting our 25 and 26 project planning cycles already in flight. So I think it would be really helpful for anyone that is supporting those folks that are going in for your timelines, because then we'll have to create our own project timelines. In coordination.
That's a very good idea. That's a very good idea. To be honest, I had been punting on some of this until we have all the vendor scopes together, which we're hoping July-ish timeframe. Don't quote me on it, because we need to kind of really know what the processes are and, kind of what some of the where certain things are being done. And what does grid ops do and what are some of these other ones do? And we were a little bit hesitant, or I was, to, not have these things dialed in yet before we engage with other entities, to be respectful of people's time and resources. So, but duly noted. And so I'll take that internally. And I have lots of people on my team way smarter than me that will probably be giving this some thought. So thank you. We'll be in touch.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to add as well, that many of you are aware. So the ISO also has a WEIM/EDAM interplay series that gets scheduled. Right now it's bi-monthly. The last call I believe we had back in February, we're still working on one of those action items, which so in that form, we have conversations around some of the things that we're learning as we kind of continue to look at how EDAM works with associated either non-EDAM entities, non-WEIM entities, and what those associated transfers look like with all those different permutations of what those transfers could be. So we're working on kind of like a Venn diagram as to how that would look. And we're having some of those conversations and things to be aware of as EDAM's coming. I think what I'm hearing you say, Liz, is, hey, from a market sim perspective, from a parallel ops perspective, let's make sure that those dates are communicated when they're known so that other entities that obviously need to be involved in that can plan accordingly. I see a head that's shaking. Thank you.
Good morning. One question on, I think you made a good statement about a lot of the amount of work you have to do kind of is somewhat reflective of your current state and when you joined EIM initially. So you stated you had that holistic effort and kind of looking at all parts of the business. How did you start that whole process? Was it a gap analysis, or how long did that gap analysis kind of take? How did you holistically kind of look at or know where to look for all these, like you talked about, lifting the covers on different things and finding stuff and all kinds of corners. Was that part of that gap analysis, or how do you start?
That's a very good question. Thank you. The proper answer should probably be that, yes, we did a very focused gap analysis and we did it and it was clean and simple and we had the results and we built our work plan based on that. I'd be lying. I still think that we are currently still doing part of the gap analysis. I think we had to get into the organization to actually figure out. So we did an initial analysis of where do we think, the biggest changes will be. We worked with the CAISO on some of those to kind of essentially almost take our flashlight to start looking. And then we discovered that there was a lot more outside of that we needed to discover. We had a lot of folks, sometimes retire or move. And then it's like, oh, well, how was this done? So we have been engaging, I would say, over the last 4 months of my PMO team has been scanning and scouring, and we are still kind of continuously looking at opportunities for the gap analysis. We add new work streams weekly to what we're finding. Not all of it we approach. We chose not to leverage some of the consultants that are available, and I know many other entities retain. They do a very nice job of this type of thing. We had such a big organization that is also tied to BHE. So all of our IT and procurement comes centralized out of Berkshire. So we had a more complex situation to deal with on the gap analysis. I will tell you, we decided to start with building a good team that had people representative and people that spoke the language from each core department. We got one of our grid operators to join my team that speaks grid, right? Because I do not, and nor will I. Same with, we're going to be bringing in some help from settlements. So I think even if you do a gap analysis, I would caution people, no matter how good and how brilliant the consultants are that come in and do that, you will still probably be smart to kind of go have your own people to go look for things, the unknown unknowns type of thing. We found quite a few of them. It's not an elegant answer. And again, this might be a function of us. If you have a very clean tech stack and a very clean, well-organized machine of an organization, you may not need that. But I would say whatever you do, even if you hire a consultant, and I know that can be very productive. I think you may still benefit, based on our experience, from having some folks for a month or two to just go see what else did they miss. But we started that, last year when it looked like we were going to be moving into this direction. Did I answer your question, John?
Yeah, very well. No, I think the takeaway is the thoroughness of it, and it's that iterative process, even from a gap analysis part of it, because it is, if you look at it, it seems daunting of where do you start, and then you try to oversimplify it, and then you end up in a corner. Really, I really appreciate that holistic kind of approach and willing to find stuff at different times and add the work stream and do what you need to do to get it done. I guess as a follow-up though, is there anything that stands out as the biggest aha moment or the biggest surprise or the biggest?
I probably would, the answer is likely, I'm going to just say this is a Christine Rock answer. There may be others on my team. The biggest surprise I had really is that we had a mapping of our built environment as is from a technology perspective with all the data flows, that we found so many we have very brilliant people. They're, have a lot of work going on. And what we were surprised to find is how much kind of innovation had happened in the different pods and in the different departments that others weren't aware of. And some of it was fantastic and worked really great. And some of it kind of was maybe outdated and wasn't working really well anymore. So I think one of the key surprise for me was that when you actually meticulously go through and document the environment as it actually happens and functions today, sometimes you find lots of spreadsheets, as we are all aware. And so, we're looking at robotic process automation. So in my foundational elements, so as we find these things, we work with the business unit. It's not a, hey, you did badly. This is, you know, it's like we want to encourage people to bring these things to us and say, hey, we could use some help. So we are really, as we're in it, we're working with IT and really trying to find solutions to automate the stuff to make it easier. And that requires trust building and being safe and really kind of bringing the organization together as a holistic unit versus us versus them. So that was the biggest surprise for me, how much of that actually gets done. And, you know, all that actually means to me is that we have very motivated and very smart people that can solve problems. And sometimes those problems is not always going through IT for a number of reasons. So we're looking to change that relationship and to kind of help them do what they do, you know, better and faster and reduce the error rate, frankly, and the failure points as we can eliminate them.
Thank you.
Yep.
John Fulkerson, Portland General Electric. Thank you. Great presentation. I think we want to thank you personally at Portland for trailblazing.
You're
But
welcome.
question on the metering.
Sure.
You know, you talked about a lot about changing over the non-participating. I assume that also includes third-party meters. How has that conversation gone with your third-party customers? Have you had that? Is that an open conversation? Is that borne on Pacificor, those metering costs? Or is that something that can be passed on to third-party customers? You know, that seems to be a big one.
It is a big one. And so far, we've really only moved forward the things that we own and our own resources. The third-party conversation is, you know, on a daily basis, still sorting its way out as we are putting rules and kind of guiding tariff language together. We are publishing that for the first time next week. And, you know, we are, I'm hesitant at this point to kind of speak to that in detail before the legal team publishes it. But, you know, we are going to offer, we are aware that this is hard, that there's going to be a lot involved, both on the load side as well as on the resource side. So we have quite a few third-party customers. They're all having different needs and are different places. So we are really looking for a model where there's maybe a transition. But the final decisions are going to be made. You'll see them next in the tariff when we go over that. But that will be a tricky situation, and this will be a hard conversation. So there's absolutely, and I know PGE is very focused on that as well. And we look forward actually to collaborating with on these topics.
Absolutely. Right.
Sorry for the non-answer.
No, that's not perfect. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room? I don't see anyone online. Okay, I don't see
No one
anyone
online.
else.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kirsten. So up next, we have a regional policy initiatives briefing. And so Milos Bosanek and Mark Richardson will be speaking. So what we'll be doing is reviewing the progress on the gas management, GHG, price formation enhancements, RSEE, and TSMSP working groups. In addition, we'll be having a discussion or getting some feedback on the stakeholder working group process, including what's working and any possible improvements to that process. You can just.
Online. Well, good morning, everybody, and great to see you all here at the ISO. As Philem said, I'm going to provide a bit of an overview, since we have only about 15 minutes, of some of the ongoing policy initiatives that are currently underway through working groups. And then we'll talk a bit about upcoming initiatives, and then we'll close out with initiatives that are in their implementation phase at one stage or another. And then, as Philem also said, Mark Richardson is going to talk a bit about and ask some questions about working groups, how effective they are. But that's a new process that we've implemented. I think we recognize that there's a lot of things going on around the West, and a lot of you are spread thin on resources. So hopefully a little bit of this discussion helps and gives you a sense of opportunities to engage and opportunities to shape the design of a number of efforts that we have underway that impact the EIM, but also downstream impact the EDAM across the whole footprint in terms of design. We can go to the next slide. We'll start with some of the currently ongoing efforts and initiatives. So one of them is the Gas Management Working Group, and this working group evaluates enhancements to our design on gas resource participation in the market, along with other aspects associated with cost recovery for gas resources in the market. This is, I think, born out of the fact that we're expanding that regional footprint through the extended day-ahead market. We recognize there are different gas system, gas needs, gas resources across the West. So it's important that we look at these policies and enhance them and evolve them as necessary to meet those changing needs across the grid. We started the working groups last year, about August or September. So we had roughly a monthly working group on these efforts up till recently, up through March. And we recently published, earlier this month, on May 21st, we published a discussion paper that effectively is a culmination of this first phase of discussions through the working groups that identified issues that we want to take to the next phase of the policy development through iterative paper proposals. But also, those working groups identified some solutions that we wanted to explore to the issues identified. So this working group discussion paper that we published lays out a number of those topics that we're going to take to that next phase and discuss more detailed design on each. But to give you a sense of what that discussion paper covers and what the working group discussed, I just want to highlight a couple of the elements that I think are important. But there's consideration, for example, of the introduction of additional pre-day-ahead market advisory runs to help inform gas procurement for gas resources or those entities that are managing gas resources, or otherwise improve existing advisory market runs and the inputs into those to provide more value to help inform that gas procurement. So that's one of the areas that we're going to delve into a bit further. How do we improve these advisory runs, and is there a need to create some maybe additional advisory information across different timeframes? Another element is looking at improving the inputs and processes to calculate the different commitment costs as well as default energy bids, and we've had robust discussions on that element within the working group as well. And then finally, one element that I wanted to highlight, but again, this is not a complete list by any means. The discussion paper covers them, but this gives you a flavor of things that we're going to discuss more in depth. But it's considering processes to reflect gas burn limitations that may arise across different pipelines across the West and different regions that have different constraints across the West. And to the extent that there are any of those gas burn limitations, informing the market of those, how can the market become aware of them, and how can the market consider them in informing and issuing accurate unit commitments or dispatch instructions to generators, recognizing that there are limitations on that pipeline. So those are some of the elements that we'll delve into further, and we are targeting publication of an issue paper in late June of this year that will delve into each one of them in more depth, and I think set the stage for iterative proposals after that with stakeholder input. If we can go to the next slide, please. So the next one is the GHG Coordination Working Group. This is also a fairly current element and always has a lot of attention and a lot of discussion. But this working group evaluates enhancements to the GHG accounting design, both in the EIM and the EDAM, but considers enhancements recognizing the different varying and evolving regulatory structures across Western states. The working group, I think, is currently talking about key important topics. We had a working group yesterday that engages both regulators as well as stakeholders. But one of the key areas that we're looking at is GHG accounting for non-price-based regulatory frameworks. States that don't have a price structure on carbon, like California and Washington, but those are prevalent across the West, and there's not necessarily a one design fits all in terms of those GHG accounting frameworks. So the discussion has centered around whether there should be an in-market dispatch constraint solution to manage utility compliance with some of these non-price-based regulatory frameworks, or whether there should be some form of an after-the-fact, out-of-the-market accounting mechanism that supports compliance and attribution discussions. So that's a current element that's been very heavily discussed over the last several working groups with both WPTF as well as Doug Howe, that you may know. He has a design proposal and variations to it that has been discussing about an in-market constraint or dispatch constraint mechanism for accounting for these different frameworks. Another element that's fairly key to this discussion is provision of additional data and metrics that stakeholders and market participants may need or want to support compliance with their regulatory frameworks. Other stakeholders are seeking some additional data and metrics on GHG aspects to support, I think, more on the supplier side, informing supply and contracting, as well as potential supply, how supply participates in the market. So using some of these metrics to help inform that participation, as well as utility compliance with different programs. And we're working on identifying those and prioritizing them for providing that data. And then finally, one key element as well is consideration of the evolution in the GHG accounting design in both the EIM and EDAM. We recognize that this is not a stagnant area of design. We have a design currently in place for the EIM and a design that's been approved for the launch of EDAM, but we want to continue to look at ways of potentially evolving that design after the EDAM launches and getting a head start on that, as this has been an area that stakeholders have really emphasized the need to continue to evolve and look at ways of improving GHG accounting within the market. We can go to the next slide. So another working group, and I think this is the last working group that I'll highlight that's currently ongoing, and then we'll switch to what's coming up down the line. But it's the Price Formation Enhancements Working Group. And this working group has also been in place since last year, about August or September, that really evaluates enhancements to different types of price formation policies, considering that wider regional markets landscape that is coming upon us. Based on the working group discussions, there's been 3 areas of focus thus far. It's on market power mitigation design, evolving that design, considering different approaches for market power mitigation, different philosophical approaches as well between avoiding the need to mitigate versus allowing for some level of market power, but within certain thresholds. Those are the types of discussions that have been ongoing, but also will be continuing as we delve into a deeper design discussions on market power mitigations. This is an area as well that we're committed to looking at different approaches, including what's called a balancing area grouping mitigation approach, or introduction of potentially an impact assessment to the market power mitigation design. And in the next set of discussions, we'll delve deeper into that substantive, iterative process of proposals on this element. Scarcity pricing has also been a topic of discussion within this working group, and looking at different designs or features or methods of accounting for or reflecting scarcity pricing in those conditions where supply shortage may occur across the West. Looking at different methods that may have been utilized across other ISOs and RTOs around the country, including value of load thresholds, and other potential approaches. But this is an area as well that we're going to be delving now more substantively into a deeper policy level discussion. And then finally, a key element that's been discussed is fast start pricing. And based on stakeholder input, we've done analysis looking at fast start pricing and the potential implications of fast start pricing. And based on stakeholder feedback, I think we're at a stage on this element as well to move it to that design discussion, considering, well, what are the attributes and characteristics of a fast start pricing design within the real-time and the ISO's day-ahead markets, considering that there's not a one-size-fits-all design to fast start pricing around the West. around the country. There's different designs that different ISOs take on fast start pricing. So it's important that we delve into some of those attributes and characteristics, deeper discussions to see what the design could look like. I do want to acknowledge that as a result of this working group as well, we recently took to the board the bidding above the soft offer cap initiative for approval, and both the ISO Board of Governors and the EM governing body approved it here earlier this month. But this is a design that effectively makes some changes associated with the soft offer cap for battery storage and hydro resources and resources more widely that are in the market. And this has been an effort that we've spent a lot of time over the last 1.5 months with stakeholders discussing. But this came out of the price formation working group, I think is a demonstration of the ability to move quickly on some of these issues that are important for the summer. Okay, if we can go to the next slide. So now looking at what is coming down the line that I think is important for the EIM community here, and it's the next phase of the EIM resource efficiency evaluation enhancements. This is phase 3 of the effort. There have been 2 previous phases, but we're looking to kick off this effort later this year in 2024, informed by our summer operations from last year, from this year, as well as the recent winter 2024 January events, lessons learned. But I think this is an area that I encourage you all to follow and participate when this launches, and there's opportunity as well to shape the scope. But I think the initial elements in the scope we're going to look at is potential enhancements to the assistance energy transfers design. This is the element that we implemented here last year, and we may want to look at lessons learned from that, how to improve and evolve that design, recognizing that the current assistance energy transfer design is interim and it expires at the end of 2025. So this is going to look at how do we enhance it. We're doing some analysis on this effort that will, I think, inform the discussions on that assistance energy transfer design evolution. Another element that I think we're going to look at, this is based on stakeholder feedback through the different policy efforts and the policy roadmap, but it's looking at the resource sufficiency evaluation, the minimus band in the EIM, and looking at whether the thresholds should be adjusted, recognizing that I think in the EDAM we have a bit of a broader de minimis band than currently in the EIM. So that's one impetus that stakeholders have raised. Should we relook at that evaluation in real time, recognizing some of the design in the EDAM? And then as well, looking at some of the uncertainty requirements within the resource sufficiency evaluation, within the flexible ramping requirements threshold as well, that we've had some of the more recent discussions at the board. But these are some of the initial scope items, and there'll be opportunities again to shape what other elements there may need to be looked at within this effort. And the issue paper is targeted for publication here in Q3, Q4, pending some of our analysis and some of those summer events, to the extent that we learn anything from summer operations that need to be considered within this scope of this initiative. We go to the next slide. I'll conclude here with just some of the efforts for awareness that are in the different stages of implementation that may be of interest to you, but this is the Transmission Service and Market Scheduling Priorities Initiatives, or the wheel-through initiative that some of you may be aware of. FERC approved that policy design in October of last year, and the design effectively states that to the extent that somebody wants to establish wheeling through priority across the ISO system, effectively to wheel through our system, we would be calculating ATC, available transfer capability, both in a monthly and a daily horizon, and parties can reserve that in advance to wheel through the system. And to the extent that that's reserved, when scheduled, that schedule would receive a high priority in clearing the market. You can continue to wheel through the system without reserving ATC in advance. It's just that those transactions have a lower market clearing priority. And so we implemented the monthly process, the monthly ATC calculation and the reservation of monthly ATC for June 1st and beyond. We implemented that in January. And we recently introduced, we started that with manual implementation. We moved now in April with the introduction of new systems and functionality where you can submit requests to reserve monthly ATC across a 13-month rolling horizon to establish that wheel-through priority. We publish ATC on Oasis that can be reserved in advance, and then you use a new tool called WebWheel to reserve that ATC in a monthly time frame. We're also introducing the daily ATC time frame where you can reserve ATC for a day or multiple days across a rolling 7-day horizon. And that functionality has been implemented as of May 25th, where you can reserve that ATC in daily increments for June 1 and beyond across that rolling horizon. This is all automated as well. So these new tools should provide, I think, a better visibility for external entities, external load serving entities and marketers to see how much ATC is available to reserve in advance to establish that higher wheel-through priority to help support your summer conditions. And they can do that in both the monthly and the daily horizon, similar to, I think, what all of you probably implement under your open access transmission tariffs. That was one of our guiding design elements to mimic as much as possible that process for calculating and reserving ATC. So that's live, and as of June 1st, parties that have established that priority can schedule it June 1st and later, consistent with the FERC timelines. Finally, if we go to the last slide, I'll provide now a little bit of an update on just some of the EDAM activities, more logistical, since Christine covered already some of the implementation activities from her end. But just as a reminder, FERC approved that policy design in December of last year, the extended day-ahead market, with one caveat related to the EDAM access charge that they rejected without prejudice. But we refiled that design in April of this year, and we're expecting a decision, or we requested for a decision in mid-June. We expected at that time frame, but ultimately FERC can take a bit more time if necessary. And that EDAM access charge, just as a reminder, that's the element that's pending in front of FERC. That element provides for transmission provider recovery of historical revenues that may otherwise be impacted or by their participation in the EDAM. There may be some reduced short-term sales as a result of participation in the EDAM, and the access charge effectively provides a method for recovering those historical revenues through the EDAM to mitigate and avoid cost shifts between transmission customers. In Q3 of this year, we're going to launch a narrow stakeholder initiative considering enabling inter-SC trades in both EIM and the EDAM. We've received requests for that as an important element for some entities, and we feel that that's a fairly straightforward request and an enhancement that I think we are going to consider here through a stakeholder initiative that will launch later this summer and then file with FERC a bit later in the year. So be on the lookout for that. We'll go through through a publication of a proposal as well as stakeholder discussions and comment. And we continue to work with prospective EDAM participants on implementation activities. As Christine noted, there's a lot going on. I think it may be good, I think, as part of the standing quarterly meetings here, that we also provide some updates from our implementation team to give you a sense of some of the activities that are coming up that we've got mapped out, such as market simulation, business practice publication timelines, and other elements. But Christine probably covered this already. PacifiCorp did execute an EDAM implementation agreement earlier this year, last month, and so we're excited to continue to move forward here with implementation on target for 2026 with PacifiCorp and other interested parties. I think this is the last slide that I have. Maybe I'll pause here for questions, and then I think we can turn it over to you, Mark, to frame some questions on some aspects of the working group process. But any questions that parties may have? Yeah, go ahead.
Kirsten Rock with PacifiCorp. You mentioned, first of all, thank you for the overview, very helpful. And my question was around the GHG working group. I had the opportunity, I think, yesterday to listen, and I was incredibly helpful and good context, I think. My question is one of timing and selfishly trying to assess into the integration and perhaps the design visions and the various proposals. Wearing my EDAM hat, I'm trying to figure out what is the likely timing of some of this to be concluded / formulated? What if any major changes might be coming to the current design, recognizing it was filed with FERC? So do you have any vision of timeline, recognizing we're still in the I forget the problem formation phase, or
Yeah.
forgive me.
No, good question. We're working through that ourselves as well. I think our starting point is that we're looking for any implementation activities to occur post 2026. Now, there may be some elements that are implementable earlier, like some of the metrics and data requests that parties may have. I think those are more actionable in the near term. But otherwise, more structural changes, I think we would look for those to be effective after 2026. So we're working ourselves through the timeline now of, are we at a stage now on some of these discussions now to move to that next phase? Or would there be benefit of maybe having 1 or 2 more working group meetings on those non-GHG based design elements or some of the other pieces that inform us to be able to put out a more concrete product out there with proposals that we can iterate on. But I think we're getting close to moving to that next stage as well in this working group.
Milosh,
Yeah.
Sarab Bonga, Smart/Bank. Thank you for your point on the enhancements to the assisted energy transfer feature. Really appreciate that. As you know, from the participation, it's kind of like limited right now.
Right.
In my experience, it feels like there's, kind of a little bit of a tension between the merchant side and the operation side. From operation side, I would like, it to be on like whenever or all the time.
Yeah.
But I think merchant side feels they can procure, cheaper energy than paying the settlement price cap, whatever $1,000, $2,000 you guys charge, ISO charges.
Yeah.
So any thing you guys, we can do together as a team to tell folks, what are the cons of having the function on all the time and things like that, or even if when merchant procured cheaper energy, then in my mind, I think that function would not trigger because we would use whatever we procured bilaterally.
Right.
So appreciate the team's effort in, working on that and seeing if we can enhance it to increase participation in that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. And that's right along the lines that we're looking at as well, is how do we enhance that, improve it? We do recognize that some of the challenges and the trade-offs of electing versus not electing and the timelines associated with that. So yeah, the intent is to improve the design, look at it really holistically. Is the amount that's being charged the appropriate amount? Should it be something different? Is there an in-market solution to get to these assistance energy transfers that maybe it's a different price, and then what's the process for enabling that for different entities? So everything is on the table, really. I think that the design expires at the end of December of 2025. So we have the opportunity to enhance it. And even before then, if there are certain enhancements that we can make via business practices, I think we can look at that as well.
Thank you for the response.
Yeah.
Does anyone online have any questions? The room, looks like we have a question in the room.
Hi, thank you. This is Kalia Savage with PGE. I first want to just express appreciation to the CAISO for the policy initiatives that you have been engaged with all of us this year. There's been a lot happening, and especially as you're kind of going through these policy slides, I see PGE's comments reflected in a lot of the scoping. So I just want to say thank you for that. And then also as it relates to the soft offer bid cap enhancement that you have been going through this year, I really appreciate the fact that the CAISO has been working with stakeholders on this as something that wasn't necessarily planned. And we appreciate where that enhancement has gone. And I'm curious, since we have kind of a short term, if you have any updates on the longer term solution on the soft offer bid cap that is factored into all of the work that you're planning to do this year, especially as we're thinking about EDAM implementation?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and thank you again for your participation in that as well. You know, in the short term, I'll just note a couple also logistical updates. I think we're slated to file the tariff tomorrow if all goes well, and then targeting implementation in August. But in terms of the longer term initiative effort, that's on our plates as well. We're looking at how do we, you know, in the context of the other price formation topics, how do we stagger these and what's the cadence associated with them? But that's on the list here as well, and we're looking to start some of those discussion here in short order. We're just trying to prioritize between the 4 different topics there. How do we launch? Because I think all 4 are important.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the room? Online? All right, I don't see anyone else.
right.
Thank you, Milos.
Thank you.
All
Mark
right.
Richardson.
Yeah, thank you, Falim. And thank you, Milos. I think these were all critical updates that we definitely want to keep everyone appraised of. So in the interest of time, you know, I kind of planned on having a open discussion around working group feedback. We've had feedback provided in the past around timeliness, cadence, you know, how to maintain that momentum. I think what we'll do is I'll actually send out a survey. So I'll go back, take a look at the last few working groups, get those attendee lists, and we'll put together a survey that we can send out, and maybe we can share those results in an upcoming forum. Again, we're always looking for ways to improve overall stakeholder engagement. We have several topics here still on the agenda that I want to make sure we cover. So at this point in time, I'm going to hold off on the open discussion around this, and then we'll circle back to the extent time permits, but we definitely can commit to a survey. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. So now we'll go ahead and move on to the WIM enhancements update. Presenters today will be Martin Kranov, and then we will also have Tyler Wade. So they will be giving an overview of the business requirements for the congestion management full transparency, WIM commitment override, and WIM system net ITC enhancements. Martin, you can go ahead and begin.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your time and for hanging in through all the presentations this morning. This is going to be a high-level overview of the Western EIM FAB enhancements, and really management has sourced these enhancements as low-hanging fruit for the WEIM entities, and that'll help improve market application robustness, minimize market isolations, help to modernize tools and support control center operations, and then also provide more transparent, accessible, accurate information. So these were originally sourced as 5 separate enhancements. One of them won't be presented today. It's a little bit more complex. It's going to follow through its own project path. That one is going to be called hourly base ETSR schedule redundancy, so be on the lookout for that in future meetings. But the 4 that will be covered today are going to be included in these slides. The first one here is congestion management transparency, and this enhancement is currently slated for June 2024. If the WEIM entities aren't looking to have any sort of market sim, and then if there is feedback that we can include from you guys today during the question portion to hear your feedback on whether you guys need a market sim, that would technically be pushed out to the end of July of this year. Currently, the WEIM operators can see their own flow gates and resources on the market UI, but cannot see why their resources are being moved, especially from constraints that are outside of their BAA. And similarly, what resources outside of their BAA are being moved to mitigate the BAA constraints. So the ask here is really for the WEIM operators to have visibility and the capability to see and select their BAA resources that are impacted by congestion, as well as to see the resources that they are impacting outside of their BAA. And this legal has also requested that we include a warning here, and that is that WEIM operators are the ones that are really responsible for ensuring that this information basically doesn't fall into the wrong hands. So I guess please consider the FERC standards of conduct for transmission providers, maybe revisit some of the rule provisioning from your end to make sure everything is aligned with your guys' expectations. And then CAISO is not requiring any additional attestations from the WEIM operators or imposing additional access controls within the BAOP system at this time. We do expect a BPM change to market operations BPM. And then we've also listed for your convenience here the impacted UIs and tables within the market application. So maybe before we continue to the next slide to kind of take a look at the UIs, are there any questions at this point in time? And I think Mark, you also had requested to maybe take the floor and kind of get a gauge for that timing around the market sim.
Yeah, no, thank you, Martin. I appreciate that. So, just to kind of take a step back, this was the #1 requested enhancement for overall operational transparency to ensure an operator has visibility into which constraints are impacting their resources and how their own constraints are impacting resources outside their area. This is to kind of help enable those conversations to the extent you're seeing your resources getting moved by a binding constraint outside your area. You could reach out to that associated BAA and help me understand what's going on here. Is that associated constraint conformed potentially? And you can kind of have that educated conversation from an overall operational perspective. Again, this screen is available to you today. It's getting utilized today, but today it only shows you your own constraints. It doesn't show you constraints outside your area. So the question that we have is, just like Martin said, we can roll this out as early as June, to the extent that's the appetite from the WEIM community. Or we could delay it a little bit and enable a quote unquote market sim to allow your operators to kind of see what additional data they would see to the extent those constraints are binding in market sim. I am partnering with the customer readiness group on ensuring there's like a readiness note available to you that further explains what this is, but I'm really looking for just kind of a sense from the group, is it critical to get this in before that July timeframe, or would you like to see a structured and or unstructured market sim where your operators can kind of see the additional data that they're going to see in the screen? None of the functionality is changing. It's just the data available to you. And I'd appreciate that feedback.
Mark, we have Brandon from TEP.
Hey, Brandon.
He's muted right now.
Stacey, could you unmute Brandon's line?
Thank you so much. Hi, Mark. Brandon, TEP. I would vote to get this in ASAP. Like you said, there's no functionality difference. It's just going to provide additional information. So, it would give entities the ability to get in there, see what it is, and then communicate anything back to operations that needs to be communicated in regards to it. But I don't see any need to kind of delay putting this in.
Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate that. Anyone in the room willing to weigh in on their thoughts? I would like to get kind of overall. Danny from APS. Okay, APS is saying they want it in ASAP. Anyone else in the room? Banks, Muds, Rob?
I'm just trying to digest this. So this means that my bank's constraints would be visible to other BAs, BAOP as well.
To the extent your constraints were
binding,
were impacting their units.
I'm just, my first thought is, I don't know if I need to check with our legal folks or like, from the data perspective, is that, I don't know.
That's a good point, which is why our legal really wants that warning message in there. This is a BAOP screen, which means the entity side should be the only entity seeing
that.
it. Yeah. And all of those associated NDAs and standards of conduct forms have been signed.
Seems like other entities don't have this concern, right?
Yeah. Okay. Right.
We have two more hands in the queue, or three more hands.
Yeah, sorry, I don't really have any questions. This is Brandon again from TEP. And I guess just so everybody's aware, entities can already have access to this information. I don't think a lot of people do, but I mean, CAISO has had a practice, and please, CAISO, or anybody from CAISO, Mark, please jump in if I misspeak here, but CAISO has had a practice that you can sign NDAs on the reliability side to get access into network applications and actually see the shift factors and what constraints are actually driving congestion within your system. So, I mean, this information is already exposed to entities that have signed NDAs with CAISO and have access to them.
Yeah, no, thank you, Brandon. So it's the market modeling data where you would see those shift factors, and then you'd have to leverage OASIS to see the associated binding constraints. So there is a way to kind of back into it. This would give you that real-time view from an operationals perspective as to what's going on and why your units are moving the way they are. I believe it was James with the hand up.
I was going to ask Danny, did you want to add anything else? I know you were talking before. You're done. You're good? Okay. All right, James Carey.
Yeah, I just wanted to say over at Pacific Corp, yeah, we've been kind of looking forward to this enhancement for a while, since we sort of kind of sit in the middle of WEC. I think it's going to be extremely beneficial, not only to our own operations, but to others as well, and help enhance the coordination when we sort of have these system-wide issues or even like loop flow issues, and sort of helping identify the underlying problems, or even the impact. Many times on the operation floor, your units are moving due to congestion, and so you're sort of sitting in the position where you're wondering if it's something that you can solve or if it's something that's outside of your system. So typically, I mean, you see the binding inside of your system, but I think it'll help enhance that coordination aspect with adjacent BAs. So we are looking forward to it, and we do not feel that it needs to go through the market sim process.
Awesome. Thank you, James. And then Dustin.
Hey, thanks. This is Dustin Herrick from PGE, and I echo James's sentiment there. For us, we've been experiencing and expect this summer to continue experience congestion on multiple paths affecting us, some of which are in our system, some of which are in our neighboring system, and we're pretty heavily interconnected with PacifiCorp, BPA, and others. And so if the congestion is one bus outside our system and we can't see it, that's a big issue for us. And part of that coordination is making sure that all the different entities are conforming as accurately as possible. If one entity has some extra margin because they're conforming a little lower, that can push an actual overload onto another system. So we want to be able to discuss between the entities and make sure that we're all conforming accurately and we aren't causing an overload in one system in order to maintain extra margin in another or something like that. Right now, we can look at the HANA tool, the RC West tool, and see where that is seeing potential overloads, but we don't know if that's matching up with the EIM, if everyone's matching it up properly. So this will give us a much better view of who we need to discuss with in real time. So we'd really like to see it prior to summer.
Thank you. We also have Todd from BPA.
Yeah, hi, Todd Koheiser from BPA. I just want to echo comments made by Dustin at PGE and PacifiCorp and others that I think there's a lot of value here, and I think we'd generally be in favor of this being deployed to production as soon as possible for all the reasons mentioned. So just want to pile on here. So thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I think also with this transparency, I think a lot of times with this transparency, another qualitative item that's going to come out of this is a lot of BAs always wonder, why is my resource being incremented or decremented? And having this transparency can answer that question.
Right. No, good point. And I think that obviously has ripple effects on, commitment overrides or blocking instructions and just having more confidence in that solution. All right. Well, I think I heard from everybody generally kind of, John, go for it.
Yeah, John Fulkerson, Portland General Electric. Is there like the intent to get this actually even built further into like maybe some sort of settlement impacts where you could do analysis by constraint? Because essentially that's a big question we get is, hey, we saw a constraint in the neighboring BA. What was the financial impacts to PGE?
Yeah, no, so this particular enhancement is related specifically to BAYOP. With that said, though, there's actually another enhancement that's going through the settlement user group process. That's, I believe, a summer release. And that's the change to the real-time congestion pre-calculation guide. And what that's designed to do is to provide at the nodal level, before kind of aggregating up that congestion at the BAA level, is to provide that associated entity with the list of nodes and or A nodes that are driving that congestion, so that that entity now has the associated resources that are causing it. And then depending on your O or whatever your processes are, you have then the ability, one, to at least know which resources are driving it, but two, potentially allocate those costs accordingly. All right, thank you. All right, I really appreciate everyone's feedback. I'll work with Martin and the PMO team to ensure it is clear that the community would like this sooner than later, and we'll be providing updates here in the coming weeks or coming days, I should say. So with that, Martin, looking at the time, I'm going to ask that you quickly move through the remaining enhancements as it pertains to the upgrade, and then we'll get into the DR related conversation before lunch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I'm not sure if you wanted to comment, Tyler, on the timeline there. I think last we spoke, it was 3-4 weeks out in terms of the June timeline for this enhancement, and then otherwise end of July.
Yeah, that's correct, Martin. We're looking at about 3 to 4 weeks out to have this in production without the requirement to go through the market sim.
Okay, wonderful. All right, why don't we move quickly through the next few slides here, just take a quick look at the UIs that are being updated. We did have to blur out the resource name and then the constraint names to protect the innocent, so to speak. But on the left-hand side, we see the resources that would be your Western EAM resources that are being impacted. And then on the right-hand side, the constraints or the impacts that you may be providing to other entities. And then this is for the transmission resource congestion. Similarly, if we move to the next slide, there'll be similar updates to the flow gates, binding transmission constraints flow gates table with a similar thing on the left-hand side, and then on the right-hand side. In this case, on the right-hand side, there'll be a new column that's being added. Now, if we go to the next slide, we'll have a similar mock-up for the nomograms. All right, let's move on to the next enhancement. Based on a prior conversation with Tyler, we could post the external BRS later today or tomorrow once we have our legal, take a quick glance, make sure everything's good to go, and then we'll provide the requirements for these enhancements as well. You'll be able to take a look at those. So the next enhancement is the external Western EAM commitment override. This enhancement is currently slated for 2024. There will be timeline updates in future meetings and correspondence. Currently, WEIM operators call the RTMO to request a commitment override, and then the RTMO enters the override into the RTM via the VAP screen. And as the RTMO does not have the authority to deny these requests, that's when this enhancement comes in. This enhancement is going to provide the WEIM operators with the ability to enter the commitment overrides directly in the market application for themselves. And then this enhancement does apply to any WEIM BAA with existing access to RTM. We don't expect any need for additional provisioning roles within AIM. Are there any questions before we move on to the next item?
Anyone in the room? We have a question from Julie from TEP.
Thanks, Celine. Thanks for the information on this slide as well. I wanted to clarify when you're talking about the commitment override functionality and the ability for operators to do that, is that going to include the blocking of MSG transitions and the ability to see if that blocking function was digested by the market?
Sherry, would you like to take that one?
Sherry. I'm the new manager of market operations coordination. I'm taking Brian Murray's place as he vacated and became director of real-time grid ops. So if I understand the question correctly, if you have blocked an MSG, either a transition or a startup or shutdown, I hear you're asking this commitment override will go in conjunction with that. So normally if you block some of those instructions now, there's usually a follow-up call to the RTMO to ask them to do a commitment override, right? I've blocked this instruction, I'm keeping this resource online, or I don't want to start this resource up. So this is in conjunction with that. So now you'll be able to put in that commitment override yourselves instead of having to call and have the RTMO do that for you. Does that answer your question?
Kind of. I think I might be taking us down a trail that's not applicable here, so I apologize for that. I'm talking specifically about blocking transitions up or down on MSGs that are already online. So bringing on an additional turbine, for example. It sounds like, and my understanding is, and I'm not an operator, I work on the marketing function side. My understanding currently is that the blocking function does not currently require a call to the RTMO. It's just something that we can block the instruction when that initially comes in through ADS. And currently there's no way to see if that blocking action has been digested by the market. And we had asked kind of a while back when the MSG call or the MSG working group had some more steam going, if that could be something that could be easily added. So I more or less was just curious if that was encapsulated in this improvement, but it kind of sounds like maybe it's a separate topic.
I think sometimes that happens when you're blocking either when there's only 2 seconds left in the RTPD time horizon, right, when it's counting down. So you haven't allowed yourself enough time to actually hit the pencil, hit edit, hit the block, and then update it, right? There's a little process that happens with that. And so sometimes that block doesn't take because of that. Or RTMOs have experienced that sometimes they're blocking after the timer times out, which, you know, that's obviously not going to block that instruction. You should be able to see through ADS, if you have blocked an instruction, you shouldn't see the transition or the startup or the shutdown in ADS. I recognize that there's like 2 different sides of the house, right? There's like the operator side and then there's the marketing side. So this commitment override, if you have not blocked that in a timely fashion, the commitment override will take care of that. There's also time horizons too, where you're looking at RTPD. So it might take an additional RTPD run to actually see the commitment override as well. So you may see that you've missed a block, it's gone out, you're going to keep the resource online, say, and it went out to ADS. So you're going to do commitment override, say, I'm going to keep this resource offline. I don't want it to start up. It's going to take another RTPD run. You may see that instruction come up again. So it's timing with how the RTPD runs are associated with what you're blocking and the commitment override. So we are in the middle of actually, I think there's a job aid out there that kind of talks about commitment override, but since we're going to actually give you the ability to do this, we're going to update that document so that it's more clear what it is you're actually doing with the timings of all of that.
Thank you. Martin, do you want to go ahead?
Let's move on to the next enhancement. This one is more so an improvement, as it's just going to be concerning an internal team updating what's already there in terms of master file has the existing functionality, but the system net ITC definitions need to be updated for WEIM entities that were basically onboarded before this process came into being during the onboarding process for defining the net ITC definition. So our internal ISO team is going to update that for existing Western EAM entities that were onboarded before this process came into being. The real impact here is that if the net ITC is not defined for the corresponding WEIM entity, they won't be able to utilize it to limit the net EIM transfer. So entities that currently aren't using this functionality basically aren't impacted, but we are looking to get this improvement in. That way everyone's on the same page. Any quick questions on this one?
No, you can go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. Let's move to the last slide. This is concerning the dynamic ETSR limit safety net. This item is still currently being scoped out in terms of requirement gathering, but this enhancement seeks to define and introduce the safety net in the event that dynamic limit interface has an issue with the send receive payload or has null values in RTM. And then we'll provide additional updates on this item in future meetings and correspondence. And so we'll just include generic language for this one in the external BRS, and then we'll push out a new external BRS in the future with those requirements. Any questions on this one?
Anyone in the room? Isabella, do you see anyone online?
I do not. Stacy, do we have anyone on the phone only line?
All right. Well, why don't we go ahead and move forward for the demand response updates. So Anzo Lundberg will be providing a summary of the current DR-related initiatives.
Thanks, Philem. Hi, everyone. I'm Ansel Lundberg. I get to say the line. Are you ready? I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'm going to keep this quick. So I spoke last WEIM forum with an update on kind of some participation models for demand response in the WEIM. And so I understand there was kind of a request for additional information about demand response. So I'm going to provide a quick overview of some additional policy initiatives besides what Milosh spoke to earlier that are relevant to demand response. So I think we can go to the next slide. So the two items I'll provide an update on, and some of you are probably very familiar with these, but we're just trying to get the word out and make sure to socialize these efforts. So the first item is a joint policy initiative, which is related to demand response. It's called Penalty Enhancements, Demand Response, Investigation, and Tolling, also known as PEDRIT. And then the second item is our annual catalog and roadmap process, which is kind of how what we call discretionary policy initiatives are proposed to the ISO. And so that's when we come to participants such as yourselves and ask for your input and proposals for new policy efforts that we should undertake. Next slide, please. So I'm going to give a brief overview here of the PEDRA initiative, and I actually have the initiative head here in the room, my colleague Dinesh over there in the corner. So if you have specific questions, you can find him later. But this is a follow-up initiative to the last year's Rules of Conduct Enhancements initiative. And so this is just diving further into some of the issues that initiative did not cover. So those include a couple definitions that are not currently in the tariff, but need to be explicitly added related to demand response monitoring data timelines and penalty structures. So the tariff has a requirement for those data to be submitted, but there's no deadline or penalties. So that's being clarified. And that's been requested to be added for several years by stakeholders and to the Department of Market Monitoring. So also generally an effort to reduce some administrative burden for participants and for the ISO related to kind of notifications and some of these administrative items for demand response scheduling coordinators and related timelines. So the status of that, let's go to the next slide. So we are in kind of the revised straw proposal phase. I think that was just posted last week. The initial straw proposal was released in March, and there were some stakeholder meetings, and then it's been revised. And Dinesh will be hosting a stakeholder meeting in June. Actually, I think it's on Monday, June 3rd. So tune in if you're interested. That's the initiative website. That link still works, even though we have rolled out our new website today. So take a look if you're interested, and we can move on to the next slide. So as I mentioned, I think some of you will be aware of this process. This catalog and roadmap process is the ISO's annual process to take input from stakeholders on discretionary policy initiatives that participants think we should work on. The discretionary initiatives, I think in the past, were submitted just kind of ongoing on a rolling basis, but we've kind of packaged that submission process into our annual policy roadmap process. So on the right there, you can see kind of the annual timeline for this whole process. So we're kind of halfway through right now, halfway through the year. And this has been discussed with the WEIM Regional Issues Forum. And so it's not too late to get involved. I think, like I said, some EIM participants have submitted demand response related proposals, some of the folks here. So that's great to hear kind of the input that participants are sharing with us and getting together and proposing joint initiatives. So that's been great. Where we are right now is we're in kind of the prioritization phase. So I believe tentatively there's a June 12th meeting to discuss prioritization. And what does that mean, prioritization? So there's two levels that we're looking for, kind of sectors and category prioritization, whether that's demand response or other issues like transmission or congestion revenue rights. And then there's specific proposal prioritization. So there's a list out there of actual proposals that you can take a look at if you haven't caught those already. And let's go to the next slide. Aha. So that's what I was just discussing. Here's a list of the demand response related submissions that we've received so far. Most of those came in at the April 22nd working group, and some of them were presented by participants themselves. So I encourage you to take a look at those. At the last meeting that I spoke at with you all in December, we kind of opened the floor a little bit to indicate our openness to potentially exploring some demand response participation model, take a second look and potentially explore a working group. And so I think some of these, we're going to consider in the same way as we prioritize all of the proposals. So another link there to the catalog webpage, prioritize now. There's a ranking submission on that website that you can use to submit your priorities for your organizations. And this is a great time to jump in and plan to come to that June 12th meeting if you aren't already. And the final timeline for this is going to the board approvals in December. I forgot to mention that for the PEDRIT initiative, that's planned for a EIM governing body approval in September of this year. So that is all I have on those two policy items. So would be happy to take questions or clarifications. You know, just want to re-up that item that we discussed in December at the WEIM forum about kind of demand response participation models. Many of you are using the load forecast adjustment model. We also have supply side demand response models available, but those are not being utilized at this time by Western EM participants. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Ansel. Mark Richardson here from the California ISO, and I'll kind of pose the question based on some of the conversations I've been involved in as it pertains to DR and really the, I don't want to say lack of involvement from a supply side. I know one of those constraints are some of the metering related requirements and telemetry related requirements or minimum size of those facilities. Has there been any consideration, or will this policy, as you guys kick it off, take into account and maybe open that up from a WEIM perspective?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. That is definitely the core of some of the issues that we've been hearing with the existing models. You know, a lot of those models were designed based on California demand response programs, so it made more sense to have more I guess, stringent requirements for metering and things like that. So I think that, you know, we're hearing that. I think some of that we need, I think what I need and what our team needs is more from WEIM participants about kind of the details of maybe whether it's proposal of an ideal participation model or specific changes that you would suggest for our existing participation models. That would be very helpful to the market policy team, I think, and to the stakeholder team as well. So kind of looking to continue that dialogue, and some entities we've discussed and met with. So I'm always happy to meet with folks and talk about your own DR programs and how they might be, you know, the issues that they might have integrating with our existing models. So, yeah.
Hi, this is Elizabeth Goodman from APS. How would you like to see that? I know there's some conversations like would a white paper work via a city ticket, or how would you like those initial conversations in those proposals to work as we move forward? So yeah, along the lines that what Mark indicated is what we were looking for, but could put a little more detail to help with the proposal.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. I think, you know, I would encourage you to kind of start with the existing lines of communication that APS has through your account managers. But from the policy team's perspective, I do think something like a white paper would be fantastic, something that we can kind of just take a look at and digest and then provide specific responses or just kind of note for a potential future initiative. So that would be great. And I think, you know, the other thing I'm thinking here is like, if we do move towards a working group approach, which it sounds like that's kind of the appetite, that would also be a good time to, you know, in these other working groups that you heard from Milosh about and APS maybe participating in, that's kind of the time where we encourage participants to bring, you know, we're forming those problem statements, we're kind of understanding what folks are dealing with. So that's going to be a good venue as well. So if and when that starts up for this, that would be perfect as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else in the room or online? Okay, I don't see anyone else. Isabel, I think we can go ahead and break for lunch. And then we'll,
Okay, great. Well, then we'll go ahead and break for lunch and meet back at 1 p.m. Pacific time.
thank you. So we do have, down in the cafeteria, we have a list there. So if you can go there, get whatever you want for lunch and then just sign in and it's on the ISO. So thank you. Thank you. I'll see you at 1. All right, hope you all had a good lunch. Isabella, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. Let's go ahead and get started with APS, and they'll be presented on the summer 2023 locking ETSR issue.
Thank you, Faleem. So yeah, just to give a little bit of background on this topic, I believe this topic has been discussed in multiple forums. Came out originally of the Q3 DMM report and also was mentioned in the Q4. And we've talked about it several other forums, but what we wanted to specifically talk about today was the understanding that we understand that all BAs have the ability to lock ETSRs for one reason or the other. What we wanted to understand further today in our conversation was the impact, particularly in the Southwest, and also just trying to understand what the plan is moving forward. Now, we heard that this is something the ISO was potentially going to do or continue to do because the BA has the right to do that, but we wanted to understand the transparency of, why this had occurred. Do we anticipate moving forward and using the locking of ETSRs as a mechanism when we see those types of market conditions? Or can we come up with a plan together based on the significant impact to market participants based on this action that was taken? And can we work together to come up with alternative solutions? So it's meant to be an interactive conversation, a partnership where we can work together, but making sure that all entities had a clear understanding of the concerns that the Southwest entities have brought forward. And to describe more of the situation and our findings, I'll pass it over to Danny Dale.
So hopefully everyone can hear me okay. So one of the things I do want to touch on, right? So we understand that the end result was CAISO wanted to ensure that they have enough internal generation, right? That's committed depending, right, on the market transfer to cover, net peak load. The thing that we noticed that during the locking of those dynamic imports, the one thing you're going to hear us talk about quite a bit is the duration in which it occurred, right? We understand that on July 25th, there was quite a bit of changes going into the ISO. We can understand the HASP adjustment, the low priority tagging. We saw that internally HASP runs were taking long, then subsequent RTPD runs were taking longer. We started noticing late tag cuts. There was a lot of just movement in or around July 25th that we started to notice from a Southwest perspective. But when these locking of those dynamic imports occur, one of the things that we notice is we end up forming somewhat of a competitive bubble here in the Southwest. And what I mean by that is everyone in the Southwest was so accustomed to sending, energy to CAISO during evening peak when your solar ramp drops off. With that, right, when you guys locked, that cheaper generation couldn't get to CAISO anymore. And what ended up happening is it has to transfer, but now it's transferring within that competitive bubble, right? So potentially APS and other BAs, right, we can be an importer even if our, BA price is lower than the current SMEC, right? And then, our neighbors can be cheaper. So that was one thing we noticed, right, as far as unit commitments, things of that nature. But then when we, dug into this a little bit further, right, and I'm going to go ahead and bring up something that we've talked about. We understand summer conditions, the peak. We understand what I talked about with respect to the HASP adjustment, those priority. But we saw this creep into all the way to November 19th. And as we were observing data points in October and as well as November, we were wondering, why is this action still being deployed, right? It didn't seem like there was adverse issues or anything like that happening amongst the BAs. And as we dug in a little bit further, one of the things that caught us is we end up having a substantial impact on the financial value of the transfers, right? That usually gets settled out in your RT-IEO charge code, right? The issues that were only settled utilizing the CEMEC component of the price, which is essentially it spikes in the RTPD due to the locking of those dynamic imports. And it's not occurring in the RTD because when you got to, the real-time dispatch, there was no longer the locking, right? And you can see this locking. And again, this is a scheduling constraint in OASIS. So for those looking, trying to understand when this occurred, these are all public data reports out in OASIS. You can pull down the real-time scheduling constraint. And what you're going to want to do is filter on your ETSR upper limit, and you'll see the inflated shadow price for your associated BA on your imports into the or your exports into the ISO, right? But when this happens, we notice that the RTPD SMEC, right, it spikes up because of the dynamic ETSR import, right? ISO is being locked out. The large negative MCC component, right, the marginal congestion costs of that LMP, from those shadow prices on those dynamic ETSRs, right? And I'll say from APS to the ISO or from any of those Southwest BAs to the ISO, the dynamic ETSR shadow price, right? You start seeing that inflated number on that report I just spoke to you about. But our BA LMP, right, in the RTPD, what we noticed is CAISO's BA and the Southwest were separated out, right? The SMEC, which CAISO's BA LMP is set, is more expensive, right? Because you guys are committing your internal generation, et cetera, based on what we talked about to ensure that you can, cover your net demand load. APS is like BA or any other Southwest entity's BA LMP, set by the cheaper gen in the Southwest. But because there's not much separation in the RTD SMEC versus, our LMP, MCC, right? We noticed that it's not a large impact in the RTD, but when you're trying to be made whole in the RT-IEO, we started noticing like these charges coming through because of that higher SMEC price in the RTPD. So we started noticing a financial impact during the neutralization process. And one of the questions that, if this does get deployed this summer, that we've asked a couple of times was, is the scheduling constraint considered in the same manner as a binding constraint would when you get allotted your congestion costs? Because what we've observed, especially in the desert Southwest, is these scheduling constraints that were put in, we're not seeing that congestion charge offset come through during the neutralization process. So not only did we get ourselves into this competitive bubble in the Southwest, right, we're all competing against each other for unit commitments and things of that nature, right, during the RTPD runs. But then also we had some financial impact during the neutralization process. We just wanted to highlight that and really start like three-prong, right? The duration, that was extremely long, going from July 25th to November 19th. What changed on November 19th? Was there system software update? Because we noticed there was large binding constraints that happened. Was there an update on optimization as a whole, right? With all those enhancements that went in via, the HASP, the low priority tagging, something changed in or around November 19th. We're not sure what is, right? And why did it, if it was for, ensuring that summer demand and peak season was adhered to, why did it go into the shoulder months, which makes it extremely difficult for a lot of entities? And I'll speak specifically to the Southwest. Shoulder months are like when we're starting to do our outage season, things of that nature. But to still have dynamic imports into the ISO locking for that continued duration, it just seemed, I'll use the word, it seemed pretty unnecessary in a lot of those days in November and October. We're really trying to understand if that does get deployed again, are we expecting the same type of time frame to occur again? And we do need to understand if a scheduling constraint by the ISO, does it merit the same type of congestion charge that a binding constraint would happen, right? We talked about those binding constraints in BAOP. How do they differ, right, during the neutralization process? Because in RTIAO, a lot of the entities are not made whole. So this becomes, you have the financial impact, you have the whole decommitment, commitment of units in the RTPD, and then the duration of how long this took place. And really just want to touch on those. And for those on the phone, especially from the desert Southwest, as Liz mentioned, this is very interactive. Would love your feedback. Make some happy to glad changes on anything I said. And I know that RT-IEO is a very tough subject to dive into, but let's really try to keep it to the duration of time, the neutralization, how does that work with a scheduling constraint as opposed to that binding constraint, right, in the market? And ultimately, if this does occur, right, what are some actions entities can do, right? We all talked about, hey, limiting your net ITC, things of that nature. But if everyone does that, then, do we really have a market that's, interactive and we're all really diving into it, right? This seems like this action just went on a little bit too longer, went on a lot longer than anticipated, right? Into a week before Thanksgiving. And it's just very odd, especially for us in the Southwest that had this large financial impact.
Thank you, Danny. Do we have any of the Southwest entities on the line that want to comment? I don't see anyone on the line.
Okay, and thank you, Danny. I appreciate that, and thank you, Liz. I know Guillermo has a presentation on this same topic. So, Guillermo, I didn't know if you wanted to walk through your presentation and then kind of have that open discussion, or would you like to address some of the points that were just raised, or utilize that presentation as part of that?
Yeah, I think it would be more efficient if I go through the presentation and then we just open up the discussion.
Fantastic. Well, at this point in time, I'll turn it over to you, Guillermo.
Isabella, can you? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the time to discuss this topic, and thank you, Daniel, for the introduction to this item. I have prepared some slides to be able to have a guide of the discussion. I think there are several points that Daniel touched, and I would like to emphasize those, how things happen. So through the presentation, I expect that we would be able to answer some of the opening questions that Daniel has. And after that, I think we can have an open dialogue about what the plan for the upcoming summit is going to be and what type of improvements, coordination we can have in place. Can we move to the next slide, please? It is important to have some context of the conditions that we were facing for the summer 2023. One of the elements that you may have noticed through the different discussions we had is about the specific summer events of the July 25th, 26th, when we faced emergency conditions in the CAISO area. The unusual aspect of 2023 relative to the previous summers had to do with the level of exports that the CAISO balancing area was able to support. When you compare the conditions of July 20, for instance, relative to the previous summer, it was not an extreme high load day. We have plenty of slack capacity available in the system, and still we were facing this type of emergency conditions in the real time. That was an indication that there was something beyond just having a high load day. And this transpired very quickly into the real-time conditions. The illustration that you have here is a simple comparison of the level of exports that were coming out of the CAISO balancing area for these 3 days in reference to the emergencies of July. And they are color-coded for the regions where they were sinking. And it is important to recognize that the exports is a key component of the market clearing process. When we are meeting supply and demand, it's not only the CAISO demand, but also the level of exports that we can reliably support in the clearing process. And most of that happens in the day-ahead market through the integrated forward market, followed by the residual unit commitment. But in the real time, unlike other EIM areas, the CAISO relies in this last opportunity to clear for hourly interties. That is the hourly ahead scheduling process. And that is already part of the energy imbalance market. It's part of the sub-markets that we have, the HASP hourly process, the 15-minute process, and the 5-minute process. And in each of those, we do clear supply to the extent that we determine what the optimal transfers are going to be among the different areas. Next slide, please. The events that quickly transpired in the real time during the emergency days of July 20, 25th, 26 had to do more precisely with the real-time dynamics. When you look at the supply, the resource adequacy capacity that was available to meet our load, we were fine. We were projecting that we have plenty of supply available to meet the real-time condition. We have excess of supply for the peak that we were clearing at that day. It came until the real time when we came to the realization that we were losing very quickly the ramp capability in the system. And that is a real-time dynamic. It's not something that we can easily project in the day ahead time frame. The picture here is a little bit crowded, but it has three main trends. Each one represents the trend of the transfer imports or exports coming or going out of the CAISO balancing area relative to each of the markets. We have the trend in red to represent the transfers that are projected transfers in the hourly ahead process, followed by the line in gray, that is the projection of the advisory transfers for the 15-minute market. The hourly ahead process is not financially binding. It doesn't produce financially binding prices. It determines the schedules for the hourly transactions that are applicable only for the CAISO balancing area. Still, as part of the clearing process, we determine what are the optimal supply and demand levels for all resources that eventually determine the level of transfer we are going to have. What I mean is that the transfers that are determined as part of the solution for the hourly and the 15-minute processes are advisory in nature. Once we clear these transfers in the hourly and the 15-minute processes, there is nothing to hold them fixed all the way through the 5-minute real-time market. They are going to be reoptimized as we progress in each of the subsequent markets. Then when we come to the 5-minute market, similarly, we clear supply and demand, and that is going to result in a specific level of transfers. These are the transfers that eventually are going to realize, because these are the ones that are supported by the dispatch instructions that are sent to all generating resources. The dynamic we observed very quickly on those days is that the level of transfers that were projected in the hourly ahead process and in the 15-minute processes were much higher than what eventually materialized in the 5-minute market. Why this is of relevance? Well, because in the hourly process, we are clearing not only our supply to meet the demand of the CAISO, but also we rely on the hourly imports to balance that supply. But also it determines reliably how much exports we can support, how much exports we can clear in the hourly process. And because all the supply is accounted for, even those advisory transfers are going to be part of the equation to determine how much exports are going to clear. Once we clear the hourly process, effectively these exports that are hourly transactions are kind of luck. They are not reoptimized in the 15-minute market. They are not reoptimized in the 5-minute market. They are taken as given, and they are going to flow unless there is a manual curtailment in real time. And that is the criticality. If we are going to be clearing level of exports based on these advisory projected transfers that later on do not realize, now the CAISO balancing area has to still support these hourly transactions with some other capacity that was not projected to be in use. It is a matter of certainty not only to meet the CAISO balancing area load, it's also a matter of having the certainty that we can reliably support the level of exports we're going to be clearing to meet others' needs. Next slide, please. This captures in a cleaner way the trend that we observe. This is the relative difference between the advisory projected transfers that we had in the 15-minute market versus the transfers that eventually materialized in the 5-minute market. A positive value here means that that was the level of transfers that didn't realize from the hourly 15-minute market into the 5-minute market. That is the amount of supply that the CAISO balancing area didn't have available when it was projected to be available. And you see the level of the access is in the range of up to 3,000 megawatts. That is the supply that now in the real-time market, the CAISO balancing area has to find out how to support. That was the trigger to start applying these limitations of the EIM transfers, predicated on the fact that these advisory transfers didn't realize and put in a tighter situation to meet the CAISO load plus the level of exports that were clear in the market. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah, I think we can take it now.
Okay, Robert Fisher from NVE. Looks like you have a question.
Hi, this is Robert Fisher from NVE. Can you just do a quick voice confirmation?
We can hear you.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Yerma, can you go back one slide, please? Not a big fan of this. Not a big fan of this slide because I think it tells some inaccurate stories. There was a couple things that happened around this time frame that you have here, including the increase of the load biases in the HASP and FMM values. So you see those large transfers increasing there. And then once those imports are blocked, so obviously those transfers are not going to be there. So I don't find this slide quite factual in regards to the limiting of the transfers. I just wanted to know, hear your feedback in regards to that.
Yeah, I think you're going to the space of what are the reasons for which the transfers do not realize from the 15-minute market to the 5-minute market. And yes, there are many components, and one of those is going to be the level of load conformance that we have, not only in the CAISO area, but also in other balancing areas, because they also happen in other balancing areas. So it's a very dynamic relationship that happens. To your point, yes, there is a level of degree of impact of the load conformance changes between the markets in the CAISO area, plus happening also in other balancing areas.
Yeah, essentially too, because you can see that large increase from the 23rd to the 24th, which is when CAISO was not biasing the HASP and FMM as much. But that large increase on the 25th and 26th is when there was starting to be 4,000 to 5,000 megawatts of load biasing. So those 3,000 to 4,000 megawatts of transfers that you have that do not show up could easily be related to the HASP bias alone. And this is a trend that we've discussed in the past. So I don't really feel like this graph is representative of factual transfers that do show up or do not show up. I think there'd be some good historical analytics in regards to transfers that not materialize under normal conditions would be good representation, but just wanted to throw that comment in there.
Sure, thank you, Robert. And let me clarify. This graphic indeed shows accurately what is the relationship between the transfers between the markets. That's a fact. This is how much we have in one market and eventually how much we have in the other market. To your point, it's more about what may have been driving the different pieces to end up in this difference. But this difference is factual. It's just exactly what the markets had. What transpiring to have this level of difference is what you are talking about. Yes, please.
I have one more question from Brandon Pufall. Brandon, you can go ahead.
Sorry, just clarification. When on these slides, when you're saying that the transfers are cleared, what market's clearing those transfers, those exports?
Let me see if I can answer your question. The market doesn't have a variable to determine how much transfers we clear. The transfers are a byproduct of the differences of supply and demand that we clear in the market. If an area has a demand of 100 megawatts and we clear supply of 90 megawatts, that implies that there will be a 10 megawatt transfer. But we are
Sorry.
not controlling or clearing explicitly the transfer. The transfers are the reflection of the differences of supply and demand between areas.
Yeah, sorry, that might have been a bad question. I guess on the previous slide, I think it said that you basically stated that the ISO had enough to serve its own load, but the market cleared or awarded more exports that were basically available in real time. What was that? Was that the dam? That are you talking about the dam basically, or what market is it that cleared?
Correct. Okay, yeah, I understand that question now. Thank you. In the hourly ahead process, this is where we can clear the last opportunity to clear hourly intertie transactions, either imports coming to the CAISO or exports going out of the CAISO. They are not EIM transfers. Concurrent to that clearing process, the market is going to determine the imbalances of supply and demand within each area that is going to determine the EIM transfers. So both are part of the equation in the market clearing process to determine effectively what level of hourly transaction exports we can support with all the supply available. That includes the EIM transfers.
Right. I guess at the end of the day, and I can come back to it. I guess my question is I mean the notion that the dynamics were being locked for reliability, but I kind of keep getting back to, or I keep hearing that like ultimately, it was done in an effort to make sure that there was enough capacity to honor the awarded exports, which, I mean, if we're talking, basically making sure that there's enough to honor exports that are awarded, that sounds to me very much like a financial decision, not a reliability concern. I mean, if there's a sale that's made and there's not enough capacity in real time, like the entity that made the sale has to eat the liquidated damages for that. Like that's how the markets work. I don't think we can basically say that that becomes a reliability concern because there's financial consequences once you reach into real time. But I'll hold those, I guess. I'm curious if you touch on that.
Yeah, let me follow up on that because I see this in a different way. There is a reliability component here, and let me tell you why. When we are clearing the amount of exports that can be supported in the real-time market, that is going to rely not only on the internal supply that we have in the CAISO and on the imports that are coming through the different transactions that are hourly schedules. The exports are going to be a component that is going to be accounted for similar to our CAISO demand. When we determine the level of exports that can be cleared through the market, is going to effectively determine based on the available supply of the CAISO area, the available imports coming into the CAISO area, and the transfers that are projected to come through the different EIM areas through the ETSRs. So the transfers are effectively a component of the supply that are going to be supporting the exports that can be cleared. So if we have 3,000 megawatts of additional EIM import transfers and we have zero supply in the CAISO area, these 3,000 megawatts of import transfers can actually clear 3,000 megawatts of hourly transaction exports. The reliability component here comes at play when you have cleared these 3,000 megawatts of exports relying on these 3,000 megawatts of advisory import transfers, and now these import transfers don't materialize in the 5-minute market. You are still on the hook to support the 3,000 megawatts of exports. That was the award in the hourly process that follows through. We don't re-optimize the hourly transactions on 5-minute basis. There could be the case where we are in such a tight situation that, yes, there could be the action of manually curtailing the exports, but that is an operational last resort once we are in that type of tight situation. That is the reliability component.
Right, but I guess like that as a BA, that's what we all face.
Guillermo, I think the question's a little bit more nuanced. I think he's trying to differentiate what cleared the day ahead exports versus the incremental exports that cleared in the hour ahead scheduling process, potentially supported by those advisory transfers. Now, I think your explanation is correct, regardless whether they're cleared day ahead or cleared in the hour ahead scheduling process. It's still a reliability issue, whether you can support that or not. But I think the question was back in the few slides, how much of that export was newly cleared in the hour ahead scheduling process, incrementally cleared?
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Can we move to the next slide? Okay. Once we started applying the limitations on the transfers, this is how the new reality looks like. There is a before and after. And just for the sake of comparison, we are taking basically 1 week before the change and 1 week after the change, specifically just to the hours in which the limitation was applied. At the beginning of the period, the targeted hours were hour ending 19 through 22. As we progress out of the summer, these hours changed because we were getting the sunset earlier in the day. So, but these are basically the same reference hours for comparison. And it's a busy plot, but let me try to explain. On the left-hand side, we have before the limitation. That is just when the CAISO was opened up for the import transfers. And on the left-hand side, you have the areas that are sending import transfers to another balancing area that is on the right-hand side. On the right-hand side, the portion that is highlighted with the blue arrow stands for all the volume of the transfers that the CAISO was getting through the 15-minute market. And if you track the colors, that is telling you what the sources or where the transfers were coming from, what other areas were supporting those transfers. And we go from the top to the bottom, you can see that a good portion of those transfers coming into the CAISO were actually from APS, followed by LA, and followed by maybe TEP. As we now apply the practice of limiting the transfers, we end up with the right-hand side. There were still quite comparable level of transfers happening across the wider footprint of the market. And there is a scale there that is about 5,000 megawatts. So there is still a significant level of transfers happening across all balancing areas. You can see that the main change here is the significant reduction of the volume of exports coming into the CAISO area, that is that small arrow in blue on the right-hand side. That effectively not only reduced the level of exports that the CAISO was receiving, but also redefine the dynamics of the transfers across the wider footprint of the EIM market. You can see that some areas started to have more transfers than they used to have before. And this is effectively the power of the centralized market. Is going to be able to still find the optimal route to move power from one area to the other. When we apply the limitations, that limitation was very targeted for dynamic transactions in the import direction only. And you can see that the CAISO still had some reasonable level of transfers coming into its area. And that was effectively the static transfers that are all coming through the Northwest. So if you follow the different streams, you are going to find that much of the transfers that were before in the Southwest Central area were actually able to reflow into different trajectories. And some of that still made it into California through other balancing areas such as PAC East or PAC West. There is still this significant volume of transactions happening. The trajectory changed naturally because we basically reduce the flow on specific paths. Next slide, please. What are the implications of these transfers? Well, there are at least two levels of implications. One is the the physical flow that we indicated before, how we redistribute the transfers once the limitation was in place. The other natural consequence is that by reducing the transfer capability on certain paths, we are creating this isolation for the area at play, that is effectively the California ISO area. Here you have a comparison of prices that stands for the CAISO area prices in dotted line versus the other regions in the different colors. And yes, you can see that the prices in CAISO area are going to be higher because that is the natural consequence of having a limited capability to the area. We are reducing the reliance on supply from other areas coming into the CAISO area, and therefore now the CAISO has to dispatch more resources, potentially more expensive resources, to meet its own requirements. When we go into the lower plot, that is the real-time interval dispatch, you can see that there is very little price separation, not as meaningful as the 50-minute market when the limitation was in place only for the 50-minute market. The consequence is that you are going to have higher prices for the CAISO, lower prices elsewhere, given this price separation imposed by the reduction of the transfers. The resources in any area, CAISO or non-CAISO area, will continue to be dispatched in merit, based on their bids, based on the economics of that corresponding area. It happens that there would be price separation. Next slide, please. Okay.
We have a question from Robert Fisher from NVE. Go ahead, Robert.
Hi, this is Robert Fisher from NVE. Can you go back one slide, Nirma? So you're talking about the FMM prices versus the RTD prices, but there's a lost opportunity price in regards to these transfers being locked. I was expecting EIM benefits to actually be materially affected because there is the opportunity in the EIM to sell energy to CAISO that is being taken away, which was reflecting a higher price. We have peakers, we have higher configurations that we could have sold additional energy to. So I don't really feel like using an FMM average pricing bubble is not really representative because there's a lost opportunity cost in regards to that.
Yeah, if I can understand your question, Robert, what price would be reflective of that dynamic?
So when you block the import transfers, you're basically limiting the sale to CAISO, which if those transfers were not blocked, the opportunity cost or the energy cost at those times would have been much higher. So while other areas may have lower bubbles and lower prices, there's a lost opportunity cost in regards to that possible sale because we may still have incremental generation that we could commit or transition resources. And so this FMM market pricing comparison doesn't really include that cost.
Yes, and I understand your concept of opportunity cost. At the end of the day, these are the prices that we use to settle the market and the transactions that are in place. I can understand that there may be a secondary level of opportunity costs that are not quantified in any of these prices, and that is open for further discussion. At the end of the day, these are the prices that we settle on.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is that the import transfers on the FMM side being limited are affecting those overall system prices, which is reducing essentially, say, the desert Southwest and maybe even central mountain area pricing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. You can move on.
Do you have any other question?
Anything else, Robert? We don't have any other hands. You can go ahead.
No.
Okay.
Guillermo.
I think we were in the next slide. Now let me go into the timing of this practice. That is one of the questions that Daniel was posing earlier today. The events that transpired quickly in the emergency conditions of July was really the trigger to start with this practice. And that dynamic was no more than running very quickly out of ramp capability. As we progressed into the real time, we were having this smaller and smaller ramp and dispatchability available in the system. And because that was transpiring precisely all the way up to the real time. We wanted to gain that certainty that as early as we projected in the hourly ahead process, in the 15-minute process, we can reliably count on what supply could be effectively available to meet the CAISO demand plus the exports. How we apply this limitation? There are some very defined limitations we use. First, it was applied only to the dynamic transfers. We also have a static transfers that mostly come from the Pacific Northwest. They were still let open. We limit all the 15 and hourly transfers, dynamic transfers coming into the CAISO. That was targeted for the peak hours. We started with hour ending 19 through 22. As we progress out of the summer, we moved to earlier hours of the day. We applied that specifically to the hourly process and to the 15-minute market. That limitation was not in place for the 5-minute market. Effectively, the real-time market dispatch had all the available capacity to clear based on economics. And this didn't impact the hourly transactions that we have, specifically the imports and the exports. This is beyond the hourly transactions. The big question here is why, after we face these conditions of the July emergencies, why we continue to exercise this practice all the way through November? There are more elements to this. As I indicated earlier, this was not an issue where we were tight of supply, that we could say that we just didn't have the capacity available. It was a matter of real-time dynamic conditions impacting the ramp capability, the resource dispatchability that we have in the real time. That, to some extent, is not predicated on the level of load that you may have. It's actually more determined by the shape of the load that you are facing, and that happens to be the net load peak, and the ramping preceding that net load peak. There were effectively 3 other moving pieces that created uncertainty in operating the system in the real time. One of those is the fact that the reference that we use to determine how much ramp capability we have available to dispatch was not accurate. That was giving a positive impression to the operators of having more than what they actually had. Eventually, that display was fixed to get a more precise assessment of how much ramp capability was available in the system. So the operator have that uncertainty that they really don't know exactly how much ramp capability was there in the upcoming intervals. The second one is that we have, specifically for the July events, a couple of hours in which part of the solution determined that we have to reduce up to 5,000 megawatts of export transactions. We just didn't have all the supply to support that level of exports. Once we go through the tagging process, about a half of that exports didn't flow. The other half continued to flow, even though we were expecting that they wouldn't be tagging and flowing through the system. Effectively, there is a capacity that was not projected to be supported in the hourly ahead process, and still we have to support it in the real-time market. Operators have also the uncertainty, how much of that is going to be continued to be happening at any time in the subsequent days. And the last piece is somehow related to congestion. There was a change in practice preceding these July events about how to schedule specific transactions between the CAISO and other adjacent balancing areas. The end result of that change of practice with other balancing areas is that resulted in additional injections, artificial injections into the market that exacerbated the level of congestion. And that was also predicated on the conditions of the real-time market. That impacted congestion, for instance, on path 15. These 3 elements added the uncertainty that we have to handle the real-time operations, the balancing of the real-time. Because we didn't know how much of this could influence the given conditions of the real-time, knowing that we can run very easily out of capacity in the evening, that was the main motivation to keep this practice in place until we have fixed these 3 main drivers for creating additional uncertainty to the operations of the market. And each of these 3 items was addressed specifically with an enhancement, with a fix, but eventually by November is when all these 3 issues were fixed, and that is the time when we, having not that longer uncertainty, we stop the practice of limiting the transfers. Next slide, please. Where are we right now? Well, these three main issues that I indicated earlier are behind us. They have been fixed. We have a better visibility into the RAM capability. We have addressed through BPM changes the tagging issues of the exports that didn't follow the instruction. And we have addressed the treatment of the intertie transactions between adjacent balancing areas. And the expectation is that this is a tool that we may continue to use like any other balancing area is using in the EIM market. And by the way, we do not have a type of constraint that is available to other balancing areas, that is the net intertie capacity. We only have this mechanism of limiting the transfers in either direction. The feedback we have received, and we have taken that seriously, we understand that transparency is a key component. The practice that we have been doing in the past, as of today, has been that when there is a limitation of the transfer, there is this communication that is an Everbridge message that basically reaches all the balancing areas participating in the EIM market. That may not be enough to provide that extra level of transparency and visibility. So what we are expecting that once we ever use again that limitation of the transfers, in addition to the standard communication of the Everbridge, we're going to be sending a market message so that people can know that this information is there. And eventually that information is going to be posted on OASIS because that is how it moves from the system. So you will have these two references to explicitly know that that limitation is in place. The most complicated piece is how do we know how we are going to impose those limitations moving forward? And that is highly dependent on the complexity of the real time. We don't know exactly when these conditions may arise. We have this extensive application of the practice because of the additional uncertainties that we have that we no longer have. So that on its own should limit the frequency in which these limitations are going to be used. We are currently working to improve the visibility to our operators in terms of the projected transfers that may be available, not only across the markets, but also in the near future, similar to what we do for the internal supply. That should give us a better reference of realistically how much RAM capability we may have, we can account for in the next intervals, to give us a sense whether we may be in a condition where we are going to be tight in this RAM capability to potentially enable this limitation. That is still work in progress that we have. We are hopeful that we can communicate that in the upcoming weeks once we have a more consolidated approach of potentially what could be the trigger. It has to be a meaningful trigger. We don't want to put a trigger just for the sake of having something and then conditions change rapidly in the real time and we have to still enable that limitation. That is really where we are. So I think that would be now a good time to come back to Daniel and see what other questions we may have.
Well, I appreciate that. And again, I could understand all those conditions that you talked about, right? And we saw that predicated. You had a lot of system changes that day, right? Your day ahead awards or the day before that Hasbro adjustment went in, you're counting on all this wind energy flowing through. You had a lot of LPT cuts, things of that nature all taking place at the same time. But back to the original scope of my question, right? That Southwest bubble, if our gen is cheaper during that time, right? Where these, unfortunate for us, right? That scheduling shadow price is extremely high. If we are a net exporter, right? In the RTPD, really want to tie back to the financial value of that market transfer, right? We end up with a very large congestion charge, right, for APS during that time, and we experienced that. It really comes down to, right, we don't get a credit in, in that charge code for congestion costs, right? The dynamic ETSR export, right, from APS to CAISO, right, because that's binding due to the locking schedule, right? The thing that I still wonder about is whether or not the dynamic ETSR constraint is not considered to be like an APS transmission constraint, right? So the congestion offset, right? The way I deem that as being calculated is like a product of the APS transmission constraint contribution to that MCC, right? Of the APS resource, BALMP at the time, multiplied by the imbalance energy, right? At that resource location. Ultimately, right, because that competitive bubble is being formed due to this action, it can lead again to large congestion concerns and costs to APS if we happen to be the cheaper gen in the Southwest, if this action is deployed. But that could also happen in the Northwest. All these competitive bubbles can be met. So I don't know if that action, right, is just going through, what you went through. I still think that I would love for that question to be answered when a scheduling constraint is it treated the same as a binding constraint? And I know that you can't limit your net ITC as we could, but that scheduling constraint has large financial impact, especially to the Southwest. It's still a large concern for us.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add a little more to it. So I think per the tariff and per our current market design, CAISO took all the actions that you could. I think what we're talking about is when these types of conditions are present, and we believe they could, even though you guys went through the action and very much appreciate taking the actions to try to close the gaps. But if we see these conditions present again, we wanted to see, we're taking our direction from the market. And so then, we're going to bring up our generation or we're going to respond. But then if we're then contributing to the congestion, we're then financially impacted in a negative manner because of that. Where the California ISO, based on your tariff, does not have that same financial incentive to discontinue taking that action, where we any other entity would, and therefore would discontinue taking that action because of the financial implications of it and for the length of time that it continued, which we had seen in the past if we're the BA that's causing that. So I think when we look at the whole market framework, is there an opportunity to revisit that and see how we can make it more equitable and fair when those types of conditions are present, especially if we believe that they're going to may continue to arise again.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just follow on that because there are financial implications for the CAISO. Effectively, we're clearing at higher prices and our load has to pay that higher price. So there are material financial implications also for the CAISO. Now, I will go back to the 101 of how we do the congestion, and I'm happy that James is here. Maybe he can help me beyond this. But the basic principle is that when we have this price separation that effectively is created by the congestion on the transfers, there will be price separation with higher prices in the CAISO, lower prices somewhere else outside that area. That congestion effectively is going to be allocated to the EIM entity. Is the proxy that we have that if there is transfers between two balancing areas participating in the market, they are split halfway. If it is congestion from transfers happening between the CAISO and a given EIM area, all that is allocated back to the EIM area. We may have to check specifically into the details of cases that you may have to see how that actually work. I hear you that may not have worked as intended, and that is an open conversation that we may have to continue to have.
Appreciate that, right? Because that's the main concern we saw right away. It's not treated the same when it's a scheduling constraint, right? That the congestion cost is not shared, right? The entity ends up eating the brunt of that, right? As we saw in our statements. And that's something that we've been calling out from a framework standpoint, right? To piggyback off of Liz's point, right? It doesn't seem equitable in this case when the scheduling constraint is present.
I'm trying to think of how to word my question, sorry. So the concern that you're raising is that when the transfer constraint is binding, the scheduling constraint is binding, there's not an equal share among the balancing authority areas. This was a fundamental aspect of WEIM to start with. The EIM Balancing Authority areas believe that they should receive 100% of it. Now you're saying that's not correct, if I hear that myself right. Okay. So with EDAM, that is changing. With EDAM, there is going to be a more equitable share of the congestion, not just from a DAA perspective, but also in WEIM perspective. You are now going to have, when that binding constraint, it binds, when that scheduling constraint binds, we're now generating transfer revenue. And that transfer revenue real time will be shared among the balancing authority areas. So we are moving in that direction. The only thing I want to point out here is on some of these days, it really is going to be dependent upon what level the transfers were locked at. If they're locked at 0 and there is no transfers going between the balancing authority areas, there is no congestion materializing on that scheduling constraint. So that's why you're not seeing any sharing of that congestion, because nothing materialized. Anything that does transfer, let's say it's 100 megawatts, that 100 megawatts times that scheduling constraint then becomes congestion that gets distributed. Today gets distributed 100% to the EIM Balancing Authority area. In the future, it will be to both Balancing Authority areas. So I think part of this is the conditions, what the level of the transfers were locked at, and whether or not anything really materialized from a scheduling perspective in the FMM. And I think I asked you your question as well, Guillermo.
Do we have any other question on the phone?
Okay, we have Michael Reynolds.
Hi, Michael
On the
Reynolds,
line.
SRP. I'm generally supportive of the comments of our neighbors at APS. We do understand that operators need to make decisions based on reliability concerns during the most stressed periods. And I think we could discuss whether we're all using ETSRs the same way. But I think the point that I'd like to make is that when that's the exception to our standard procedure, any financial impacts are likely to be negligible. But I think what we see here is that there's an intentional difference that's injected between HASP and the 15-minute market and the real time. And that reduces the predictive integrity of those previous markets. And we're making real commitment decisions based on that. And that does have potential for real financial impacts, including the opportunity costs that were mentioned by NV Energy. So recognizing that that these impacts change the commitment patterns of us non-CAISO participants, I don't yet understand that the 3 reasons that you listed, Guillermo, are sufficient for maintaining it for that period of time, but we do welcome the transparency and any steps that can be taken to reduce this sort of injected change between the 15-minute market and the real time. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
We have Robert Fisher from NVE on the line.
Hi, this is Robert Fisher from NVE. Just wanted to kind of bring up a little history aspect around this too. During the RSC, I think it's phase 2, we discussed at length the limiting of the transfers in the HASP market to relieve this type of situation. And it was discussed and debated, but the final solution was determined that these ETSR transfers are similar to an import bid that can help support these exports. And so these transfers that are not materializing in the 5-minute market, I would expect some more detail in regards to that, because these 15-minute transfers still have the capability of transitioning these resources, and then the 5-minute market still has the capability of moving these resources up. So my question really is around why these specific days led to this decision, because in the past, you may have resources that don't follow dispatches, but it didn't materialize in this type of knee-jerk reaction. And I would like to see if there's more detail around that, because we keep seeing this specific July event, but in general, are the transfers materializing throughout the markets? And I truly do believe that these transfers can help support other exports. Other areas may have the capability or generation that can support those exports through the Haas market. So I'd really like to understand more about these transfers that did not materialize. I don't know if you can expand upon that further, or if you have any material that you can provide in regards to that.
Yeah, I think we can continue the conversation on that, Robert. There is at least one more level of depth that we can go into why the delta realizes between markets, right? And I can tell you there is a dozen of reasons why these transfers change that way between markets. And then we can continue and provide more transparency on that as needed.
Yeah, I think that would be an important part to understanding, because the capability to provide import transfers through EIM can support export schedules, you know, and it's good market practice, and that was what was discussed in the RSC phase. And so I would really like to understand those aspects, and I think it would help us understand why these transfers are occurring, and maybe even help relieve the need to block these transfers as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
We have a question from Julie McCollum from TEP.
Hi again, Julie, TEP. I wanted to ask, I guess, for some clarification more on the operational standpoint, if this is a possibility that this could happen again. I had gone back and forth via a city ticket toward the end of when this was happening in November. And I was told as part of that response that there is an Everbridge notification sent out. And I did check with our system control counterparts, and we do not have any record of a notification being sent out. So I was hoping that the ISO could share what the communication plan would be in the future, and in what messaging platform we should expect to look for that. And then the other part of the operational side that I wanted to highlight is that in part of this conversation as well, we were told specifically that the locks would continue to be needed until specific enhancements in ADS and ITES systems or IT systems were implemented, and that there was a target of that of December 1st of last year. A lot of those enhancements were designed to correct some of the market behaviors that were contributing to the ETSR advisories in the RTPD not materializing in the RTD, which led to shortfalls and reliability concerns up to these locks happening. So I guess I'm also trying to understand then, did that enhancement go through, and are we sitting better going into the summer season, or was that not correctly communicated as far as a fix?
Sure, I can take on that. So regarding the first one, the communication, yes, the standard practice is to use an Everbridge message that reaches all the entities participating in the EIM market. And we can follow up with you to ensure that you have the visibility to that message. In addition to that, what we have committed now is that we're going to be also sending a market message, and I think that is managed by customer services. I think they can elaborate more on how that logic works. And for your second question, you're right. That actually is the second item that I referred to as the 3 issues that we have to fix before we stop the practice. Originally was expected to be somewhere in December, but eventually was implemented sooner, somewhere in the middle of November. And that was indeed the trigger for us to stop using the limitation. And the second item that I referred to, the tagging practices, is effectively these 2 issues that you mentioned. A change that we implemented to the ITS system, that is the tagging system, to basically handle the auto approval. And another change that happens in ADS when participants were able to partially accept something different to what they were scheduled to flow. These are the 2 tagging issues that I referred to and that you are pointing out. They were implemented in November, And after they were implemented, we stopped using the limitation of the transfers.
Okay, so I mean, I'm drawing my own conclusion from what you just said, but that would lead me to believe that we are better as a market as a whole, the WEIM and CAISO together, that it sounds like we're better positioned and better prepared from a system and optimization standpoint to deal with these situations when and if they arise again. Is that, I mean, am I being too hopeful in saying that?
No, you are right. I have indicated that once we no longer have these three issues in place, we have eliminated the uncertainty for balancing the system in real time, and therefore we should be in a better place to not have to rely on so much frequency of the use of the limitations moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Guillermo, real quick. So during that time last summer, right, especially around during this time I mentioned earlier, we saw some very large binding constraints, both north-south and then east-west. Did we have a problem last summer solving the market itself? Because we saw long hasp runs, right? On that day you mentioned, July 25th, hour ending 18 and 19, we saw hasp runs take up to 15 to 16 minutes to run. And we've asked a couple of times via city and as well on multiple forums, when there's large binding constraints and they're competing for a priority, right, for the market to solve, does the market have an issue solving for all those large binding constraints? Because there was quite a bit last year, right? And there's still a lot going on now that we saw in January as well, right? Do we have confidence in the market model that those hasp runs and those RTPD, runs happen? Because what we saw last time was RTPD commitments came in extremely late, right? So then it led to BAs blocking unit commitments. We saw late tags come through. We saw tags being adjusted 2 minutes before the T minus 40 balancing. So a lot of things happened in or around those dates that you presented on, right? The late tagging cuts, the longer RTPD runs, some skipped RTPD runs. And the only correlation that we had, right, that was made available to us via OASIS was those large binding constraints that accompanied by the hasp run and then the LTPT updates. We thought that that was a perfect recipe for what occurred in the CAISO BA, all those things happening at once. And, although we can't, to your point, say when something like that's going to happen again, to piggyback off of Julie's question, does the ISO have a sentiment? Are they confident that we've gotten over that hurdle when there's a myriad of things occurring all at once?
Yeah, no, that's a good point, man. Obviously, the conditions are always changing, right? We can have the certainty that we have addressed the issues that we faced back in July, and they shouldn't be an issue moving forward because we have explicitly addressed those. Now, to your point, there is always the potential for physical reality hitting us hard, and that means we may have cases where we have a significant amount of congestion in the system, right? Similar to what happened in July, what happened in the cold snap. You have dozens and dozens of transmission constraints binding very heavily, indicating how tight the system is to find a solution. And yes, naturally, we may have seen historically that you start running into this boundary of the time to be able to get a solution within the time frame we have in the real time, right? One of the complexities of the real time is that you don't have all the time you wish, and we have a very defined quota to get a solution, right? And that is something that we experienced in the July time frame. And congestion was indeed one of the factors at play. Now, it was not just the timing of getting a solution in the real-time market, but the cascading consequences it had, because once it was too late to complete the solution, now you have a shortened window to go through the curtailment of all the exports falling through, and some of them came late, right? So it created all this domino effect of consequences of being late in getting the run. So coming back to your question, yes, we have addressed the issues that we know impacted the July performance. And that should put us in a better place for this summer.
Go ahead. So, Didi Subakti with California ISO. First of all, thank you. This is, I think, a very good discussion. It seems like very constructive for us to be able to get ready for summer. I think what I'm starting to realize more and more, that like it or not, we are all in this together. As corny as that sounds, but it's what I'm hearing, or what we're seeing, is that if Gurmo, if you could go back to that slide, that 3 items that is in there. I think what I'm hearing is that the 3 item with the 3 issues, that we solve all those, right? I think what I was observing, at least back in July days, was that, like Danny was mentioning, is that folks are, I think California ISOs were clearing demand and export based on the advisory import, the binding import hourly, and its own resources. And then because of everything that's going on, it was getting really slow. And people start, I don't know how many, I think Guillermo probably have more data. What Danny was saying is actually correct. We're actually seeing people start blocking commitment. And what that does effectually is actually reducing the import transfer. So it becomes like a spiral down, right? So because everybody sees, oh, this is late, I'm blocking this, and it just go down the tube really quick, because people, there's different people that start blocking their import, and then people who are not getting that reduction of the export, they know that their export doesn't get cleared, they actually did not reduce the export. That's the second item right there, where the scheduling and tagging process, even though I think Gurmo mentioned that even though California has market was reducing 5,000 megawatt of export, but because it was late and everything that's going on, 2,000 megawatts still flows. So, and part of it is because people are not adjusting their tag, or they tag it back up, or there was actually a way in ADS where you basically say, ignore it, I don't really care about what the market says, I'm going to take the megawatt anyway. So it becomes really quickly going spiral down the tube. And I think all that just to say, and I think going to the summer, it'll be very, very good for us to be able, I asked Guillermo's and Brian's and others to create a criteria where if we see situations where the advice, I think Robert Fisher mentioned that, if the advisory import is actually not coming in the way that it's supposed to be in, then there's something bigger that the asked question is, why is it not coming in, right? Because I think just blocking or not blocking, we solve this whole 3 item, but we still don't solve the issues about the advisory transfers not showing up in real time. And that's actually your homework, Guillermo's and Brian's. I gave you all the homework for that. Getting the criteria and work together to figure out. And I think this is probably the same everywhere. If you all are as a BA and you're looking at your advisory transfers and you're comparing it with your actual the thing that's get realized, I think that same exposures happens everywhere in everybody's BA. And I think what we're finding out is that we're all in this together. Every time everybody do a commitment override, or every time anybody does a load adjustment, load bias, it's impacting everybody because it's one engine, right? It's one economic SCAD engine. So I think that's the homework that we have to do, and I think it's very, very, very encouraged with the coordinations and the getting ready for summers. And I think there's also a few chat item about getting ready for testing the Everbridge message and whatnot. I think that's a good idea as well.
Yeah. Hey, Julie, Mark Richardson here. Really appreciate the chat question. So I actually just forwarded you, I don't know if it was a sense of timing, but an Everbridge just went out pertaining to TEP. So I sent you an email. And hopefully you could disseminate that across your operations group to determine if you guys are receiving that or not. Talking with Sherry prior, operations absolutely supports a test message heading into summer to ensure everybody's getting that proper communication. Thank you.
Hey, Mark, this is Steve Casanelli. I also just wanted to comment. I wanted to comment on the recipients for those Everbridge messages, right? It's important for everybody to confirm the individuals that are included in those, because it's my understanding that the Everbridge message is a single group email address for each individual entity, and it is then up to each entity to determine who is included in that. So there's a validation process there for each BA to confirm that the appropriate people are included.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, Mark, can you also comment on the market messages? What is the audience that market message reaches? Because that is the next step we're going to be doing to add transparency and communications to these events.
Yeah, so market message, is that pertaining to the MNS? So
Yes.
that is posted in Oasis. So the entire public gets to see that. And to the extent an entity, some entities have automated monitors of that report, and it will automatically pull in those messages accordingly.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot to answer Danny's questions about congestion. That last item, or inconsistent treatment and interaction between the BAs that exacerbate congestion, that was fixed, or I was told that it was fixed. I was promised, and we tested, it was fixed. So we should not have that, the congestions that, I think it was PAT 15 congestion, PAT 26 congestions that was in there, that happens on that day. And then the actual transmission line itself, the actual 500 kV line that make up the PAT 15 and PAT 26 actually fully fixed now. It's not derated anymore. So you, there was an actual re-rating of transmission line, right? And that's actually fixed in there. Having said that, knock on wood, if there's no fire, we're good. If there's fires, PAT 26 only have 3 lines. We might see something like that, but most likely not. But you know, hopefully there's no such thing as bootleg fire again or something like that. So, that portion is fixed.
Would you be open to, in the spirit of those working groups, a working group just on congestion and setting the hierarchy and priority? Because we noticed if, like the January cold snap that you mentioned, we noticed that the north-south congestion was taken care of, but then there was also east to west, right? Congestion that occurred, and there was some financial implications there, and as well as some increments and decrements to units that weren't conducive to market conditions. But we also noticed that whenever there's multiple binding constraints, it does seem like the north-south congestion is the priority in the model. And would you guys be open to analyzing a few specific days we could use the cold snap and possibly set up a working group to say, hey, when we take care of north-south, here's the implications of the southwest trying to get energy to the northwest?
That's actually kind of interesting. That's actually ties to what Dustin Herrick. Why do I keep calling him Derek? Dustin Herrick from, he's now with Portland General, no longer with Pacific Core. So what Dustin said is actually very true. And you all would actually see this once we put that congestion management enhancement. You would actually see who's binding the hardest, and I think the conformance is going to show up in that page as well. So I think what it's kind of interesting, because it will be transparent for everybody. If somebody in the Northwest does more conformance than somebody in Pacific Core or somebody in the Nevada, it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe we're same theme, different swim lane. I'm talking more towards, okay, so in the instance of the January cold snap, so RBA, right, we're importing, right? We're told, hey, go ahead and import at a certain price. And then go ahead and export, but the price separation is differentiated because there's now east-west congestion of us getting it back to California, but there's a price differential there, right? We imported at $600, and then we weren't turned around and exported at $100 because congestion became present because of what was happening when the market has to do their reshuffling of the resources. It started binding constraints east to west when it was trying to alleviate what was happening in the Northwest to get megawatts up there. So what I'm saying is a lot of times when there's competing binding constraints, because of where APS and others here in Arizona are essentially located, there's winners and losers in that. But because where we're geographically located, it seems that we're always going to be on the losing end of that. And we're trying to say, hey, let's set up a working group so we can isolate those conditions and talk about what can we realistically do to where we're, one, maintain margin, but we're not also losing economically, not only from a market perspective, but when we're incremented, right, for reliability concerns to help with counterflow, that we're not getting charged congestion because we're now putting generation on a congested path. So there's a very much a nuance to it, but would love a working group to where we can isolate these situations and specifically talk about the market model or the construct of it and how it could be a little bit more equitable, especially to some of us in the Southwest where we're geographically located, because we don't have the transmission to get to the Northwest. We have to wheel through California, but most of the time there's congestion present there.
I think, I think, where's George? Where did George go?
He heard congestion and EDAM and left.
No, I think what you're saying is actually a byproduct of a shift factors that is in the tariff, which is 2-point-some%. I don't remember what it is. And byproduct of the scheduling relaxation penalty parameter that is also in the tariff. So yeah, I think those are, I wanted to, but that, don't quote me. I think, George is much smarter than I am. I think that's a byproduct of those two, the pricing, the shift factors, and the actual threshold percentage.
Yeah, I think, so to your point, Danny, and I could definitely work with Guillermo and the team regarding those specific instances to determine exactly what happened and kind of go from there. But on the topic of congestion, I've actually received a few emails from a few entities now since this conversation has started around the need to talk about congestion in general and how it would be different in the context of EDAM and things like that. So I think that's definitely something we can explore.
Sorry, this is Brandon from TEP. I guess just going back to this, I guess I just want some clarification. Are we, from CAISO's standpoint, is CAISO's standpoint that the need to do the locking in the 15-minute market, is the viewpoint that this should not be necessary in the future, and that it's not, the goal is to not use that functionality going forward? Or is the CAISO's view that that functionality is available and accessible to use when needed, and it's perfectly fine to do so?
Yeah, I can take an answer on that. I would say that first, the reference on time is that the reason for which we use this for so long has been addressed, the three issues that we have been discussing. Those issues being addressed would put us in a place where we don't need to use that so frequently for so long. Now, to the root cause. The root cause was what was happening actually in the real time by the time we determined that we have to apply these limitations, and that was the reduction of the RAM capability, the dispatchability that we have in the real time. And to some extent, that was driven by the unrealized transfers between the HASP, FMM to the RTD market. That dynamic is still there. That hasn't been disappeared. What we have eliminated is the added uncertainty for operators to deal with these three issues that we face in the summer. Because of that, I would say this in two ways. One is that given the fact that we don't have these issues anymore, there should be less frequent use of that limitation. However, the root causes of the need to start using that limitation is still present, and that could still happen again. And because of that, I would say that potentially, yes, that could be used again in the upcoming summer or in any other time. I think the point is that it's going to be used less because we don't have this type of uncertainties we faced before.
So, I mean, I guess follow-up question is there going to be a working group to try to, Robert's question, I guess, try to find out why there's a recognizable a gap between the hash, like recognized capacity and the what actually manifests in real time? Because I I'm going to be perfectly honest with the way that and I'll only speak for TEP, but the way that the financial is played out and the financial impact that this actions fell upon us, it's not enough, I guess, to say that, well, it shouldn't happen again, and that we might not it might not need to be used as long. I mean, I'm to the position where I would like there to be an effort to be put in so that we can comfortably say that this type of functionality should not be used in the future, because I think really it kind of, the way that it manifests itself, for TEP, we were left kind of holding a bag of charges for congestion that, I when I hear reliability, the fact that it wasn't carried into real time, to me by default indicates that it wasn't a reliability issue, because reliability in itself is speaking to a real time problem. But I mean, again, that could just be my own personal standpoint. But I mean, if we're getting to a point where if CAISO's stance on this is that, this is a functionality that's available, I mean, I guess, it puts the entities in a position where it's kind of like, okay, well, I mean, do we try and make sure that the 15-minute market and the 5-minute market align with themselves so that we aren't, trying to make up huge gaps between the two, or that there's a huge pricing difference between the two, and if that's, and in order to do that, do we just, lock 5-minute dynamic ETSRs to match the 15-minute market so that the two markets are in sync with each other? I mean, I would imagine that would probably have some negative impacts as well. But, I mean, I guess, entities are going to have to kind of try to protect themselves if this is still out there and lingering.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. I think there are at least two elements to this. One is the mechanics of how we apply the limitations and how that transpires into the markets. And then the second part is the financial settlements consequences of that practice, right? And I think there is work and more discussion to happen in both sides. I have to go back in history and indicate that this dynamic of the advisory transfers and not realizing into the real-time market, we actually took a crack on that as part of the resource efficiency evaluation phase 2, I believe, a couple of years ago. And we didn't go too far. We couldn't find a policy solution to that point. Now, we may be able to start the next round of the resource efficiency evaluation, which I believe could be a very natural place to have this type of discussion, and we can provide all the analytics and information to be able to have a educated discussion on this topic. To your point, there is a lot more to discuss to ground on what we can do on both sides, the application and the consequences of using that limitation.
So I'm going to go ahead and close this topic so we can move on to the NRI topic. Thank you, Guillermo. Isabella, can you go ahead and move it to the 11B slide deck, the next one. We'll do that one later. Yeah. So Andrew, do you want to come up to the room? So NRI is going to give a refresher on the NRI process. I know this has been requested by many of the WIM entities, so thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Brown. I'm the Operations Project Coordinator Lead. I work in the NRI area and also in the MPAI area here at the ISO. I also work kind of with our operations group, getting resources from the NRI process and moving them over into the real-time operations. So today we're going to just do kind of a refresher on the WEIM process for adding a new resource. And so this will be different from earlier this month. We did a course on how to add a resource in the CAISO BA. So this training will be specific for the WEIM. Can you move to the next slide? So I think the first thing we kind of want to talk about is what is a WEIM participating resource? And we're going to be focusing primarily on the participating resources, but towards the end of the presentation, we'll do a quick recap on the difference between a participating resource versus a non-participating resource, and then also do a high level if resources want to change their status. So essentially, the participating resource is just a resource that the WEIM participating entity, the resource meets the eligibility requirements established by that entity in their balancing authority area. And the resource can fulfill the requirements that are in the CAISO tariff, section 29 of the CAISO tariff. So basically that they can fulfill the requirements to be in the WEIM as far as their delivering energy. Next slide. Okay, so we're going to cover the process, just a super high level overview. There's really three parts to the process of onboarding a resource. And so the first item is to have the resource modeled in the RC model. That has to be done first. The second part is the metering portion, which is setting up a scheduling coordinator metered entity project. And then the last part is completing the market setup process. And so we're going to cover each one of these three processes because they're separate and they basically they take a completely different, I don't want to say like, it's not a straightforward all-in-one submission type process. So we're going to go through that. So next slide. So the first step will be adding a resource to the full network model. We can move ahead here. So one of the things we want to talk about is when can we submit updates to the full network model? And that's because this is a long lead time. The full network model is updated periodically. We publish the full network model schedule dates on the WEIM website under the resources tab. There aren't any intermodel updates. So if you miss a model build, you'll have to wait until the next scheduled model build is deployed. We don't have a way to go around that for new resources. And so one of the requirements of this is that the new resources have to complete the interconnection process of their host balancing authority area before they can be included into that full network model build and participate in the WEIM. So the second question on here might be, where are the full network model updates, where are they submitted at? And those will be submitted through RIMS through the RC dashboard. And you can find links to RIMS via the RC portal, or they're also in the market participant portal. Next slide. So then we kind of wonder who can submit these full network model updates. And generally, they're going to be submitted by the WEIM entity, which is the BAA. Keeping in mind that some BAAs may have agreements that certain facilities are handled by either the TO or the TOP for that facility. And the only thing that we ask is that the BAA also incorporate those facilities in their model updates. And so that is within our RC processes, that the model that is submitted by the WEIM entity or the balancing authority area has to incorporate all of the all of the resources that are in that area. And then those, like I was saying, for some of the specific resources, those can be delegated to another entity, but we do ask that the balancing authority area include those in their whatever kind of SIM file they might upload, that those are included in there as well. Next slide. Okay, so as far as what needs to be included in the full network model update, we're not going to cover that in this specific training because it's can get pretty in-depth, but the information is listed in RC 0120A, and it's also broken out in the modeling submission checklist. And within that modeling submission checklist under the WEIM tab, and you can find the modeling submission checklist on the, again, on the resources tab of the WEIM website. Any of the templates that are required under that checklist are located either on the RC portal or they're on the RC reliability coordinator, the reliability coordinator dashboard within RIMS itself. There's a drop down that you can download all of those. If you want more information on how to do those RC model updates or the guidelines, we left the link here for the modeling changes user guide for the RC West customers, and you can review that at that hyperlink. Next slide. Okay, so now the next part, the resource is in the model, and now we need to complete our metering documentation. And so to do that, we'll need to complete an SCME project. And so when you're starting an SCME project, each project needs to have a unique number, project number. And the way that project number is issued is by submitting a project details form to the NRI inbox. And the link is listed here for the project details form. On the top of the project details form, it will list out which sections of the form need to be completed. And then one thing to note is that with this project number that you'll be given, if you have an existing SQMD plan that was already accepted, previously accepted, and the SCME project was marked as completed, if you need to make an update to that SQMD plan, you'll need to request a new project number. And then once you have that project number, then you can update your existing SQMD plan, however you might need to do that. But once you have that project details form, you can complete the sections based on the directions at the top of the project details form. You'll save that as a Word document, and then the file name has to have the words new project within the file name. We utilize an Access database and some macros to process these documents. And the macro is looking for certain keywords. And one of those keywords is it has to say new project. And then you'll submit that project details form to nri@kaiso.com. And within the email subject line, it will also need to have the words new project in the email line. The effective date that you put in your project needs to be at least 40 days from the date you submit it. Otherwise, it will be rejected. One of the other items is if you need to update like the email contact list of who's getting information on this SCME project, you can upload a new project details form. And instead of putting in new project, you would put in the project number. And there's instructions on how to do that within the project details form. So next slide. Okay, so now we have our project number, the project has been created. If there were any issues, you would get an email when the NRI group goes to process that project details form. You would get an email telling you what the issues were and how to correct those. It should be laid out pretty clearly on what the problem is. If you have questions on the issues that were identified in the project details form, you can just email the NRI inbox back and we can help you out with whatever those problems might have been. So for submitting an SQMD plan, you'll want to complete the SQMD plan template, excluding the modification section, and the SQMD plan, along with a tutorial and the SQMD plan template, they're located on the metering and telemetry webpage of the CAISO website. There's a section that's settlement quality meter data. You can find those documents under there, and it will run through what the expectation is for the SQMD template. So once the SQMD template is completed, you'll put that project number that you received previously in the title, and then use the SQMD meter config. Again, since we use an macro-enabled access database to operate this, the file names and the project numbers, you have to use that file naming convention. Otherwise, it won't process the document. And we can't update the file name on the document in order to make it work. We end up having to send it back. And so sometimes if you get an email back from us saying we weren't able to process the document, can you change the file name? Believe me, we're not being difficult. If we could just update the file name and process it, we would. But because of the way the access macro is set up, we can't. Once you have that SQMD plan, you've named it correctly, you can upload it. If you do have additional meter devices that you need to submit, there is an additional metering or SQMD plan template for additional metering devices, again, located at the same website. There's also a link within the SQMD template itself to download the additional metering device form. So again, we'll save that as a Word document and then email it into the NRI inbox. And the subject line, again, will need to have that project number and then SQMD meter config, or you can just put the project number. The access tool doesn't care so much for the what the name is of the email, as long as the project number is in there. Next slide. So then one of the other documents that's required is a single line drawing, and the single line drawing should have a professional engineer stamp and should be issued for construction, or if it's for a new facility, if it's has already been completed, it should be an as-built single line drawing. And these are used to show the configuration to support the SQMD plan template that was submitted. So again, the file name format will be the project number that you received plus the SLD, and then just whatever the version number is that you're submitting, if it's version 1 or 2. And then you'll submit that as a PDF document to NRI at CAISO. And again, the subject line needs to include the project number. After that, the subject line for the email, it doesn't have to be specific to the file itself, but it does have to include that project number. Next slide. If the single line drawing that you've submitted is not stamped by a professional engineer, we will allow you to submit what's called an SLD attestation. And basically, it's just a document from a professional engineer or the equivalent stating that the drawings are true to what is out there, that it's a true representation. And that can be submitted with, again, using that project number that you were received and then attestation as the file name, and then you can email that in to the NRI inbox. So the one thing, if you do submit these documents and there's an issue, or generally when we process them, the only real way that there'll be an issue is if there's some kind of problem with the file name, and then you'll receive an email back stating that there's a problem. Otherwise, you'll receive an email stating that the files were accepted for review. And there is what we call a F&M report that goes out, and those are generally done around 3 in the afternoon, and that will give you the project status once something has changed in the project. So if you upload a document or a document is accepted, then you'll get a report stating that there's been a change, and that report will list what documents have been accepted and what documents are still pending. It'll also tell you if the project is active or if it's been completed. So next slide. All right, and now I will let Chandra take over.
Gotta pull this down. I'm a little short. Sorry if you can't see me. Hi, my name is Chandra Wagner, and I started the CAISO in February of this year. So I'm a little new to the team, but I'm helping Andrew and the MPAI team with the new resources. And I'm going to talk about the completing the market setup process, which is where you get your resource in the market registered, and through completion to be effective in the market. Next slide. So we're going to do a little wrap up of where we should be at this part in the process. So the process has been going on for a couple of months. You have completed your resource modeling. The resource is currently modeled in the F&M build, and you have done your SCME project and completed that, and that is closed. We're going to go on to the next slide, and we're going to also talk about some dates for those, where we should be at. So if anything's a little bit hard to see, we can make these slides available. I have some flowcharts in here to help out just a visual. But essentially, at this point in the process, well, I guess with this slide, what I wanted to talk about is how you determine your dates and when to start. So everything should be based off of your effective date, and you should start your schedule using the F&M model build schedule, which I have here at the top. So if your effective date is, for example, 2/6/2024, then you want to start the process before the customer model submission deadline of 10/18/2023. On here I have that you should you should aim to submit all your model documents at least 20 days before that date so that the CAISO has enough time to review and accept those. Your model build is assigned when after that model build submission deadline and after the ISO has accepted all of your model documents, then the ISO will publish a final scope, and that's when your project, the new resource, will be modeled in ISO's model. And then you have to create your SCME project, which must be created at least 40 days from the effective date. Although it would be better to start earlier, as early as you can. That way, if there are any issues or you do need to do any resubmittals, you will have a little bit more time. I do have the SCME one of the things I wanted to clarify in this part of the process is who's doing what. Typically, the SCME deliverables and the so like the SQMD plan, the SLD, creating the project will either come from the resource owner or the scheduling coordinator. And then the WEIM entity, which is the BAA, would be the ones that would submit all the model documents. So we've completed all of that, and now we're about 30 days from our target effective date, and that's when we're going to start this market setup process. Next slide. So I have highlighted the general roles here with some descriptions of who's responsible for what. We have the resource owner, the WEIM entity scheduling coordinator, or the participating resource scheduling coordinator. That's that PRSC. And then the WEIM entity and the CAISO. One company may fill multiple of these roles. For example, a lot of WEIM entities tend to be the scheduling coordinators as well. And a couple of things just to point out here. The resource owner and the WEIM entity are responsible for making sure that the resource has met all WEIM entity requirements. CAISO asks for an approval from the WEIM entity, but it is ultimately up to the WEIM entity to make sure that the resource owner has achieved all of the requirements to operate in your BA before providing approval to CAISO. This is for participating resources. And then the WEIM entity, SC or the participating resource SC, the scheduling coordinators, will do most of the submitting for this portion of the project. As well, the resource owner has one part to do as well. Next slide. This slide is just here for reference. So when we publish this, it has some of the commonly used abbreviations like SC, Scheduling Coordinator, SC requests, the WEIM-ISO, which we are going to be talking about in a second, which is the Western Energy Imbalance Market Participating Resource Agreement. So this will be here for you to reference later on. Next slide. Okay, so what is in the market setup process? There are processes and then there's documents in those processes. The processes are the SCID or BSCID creation, regulatory contracts, WEIM entity approvals, SC association, and your effective date. And the documents that are required as a part of these processes are the PR notification, which is the participating resource notification from the WEIM entity, scheduling coordinator letters, JRDT, RCA disclosure form, the SCID or BSCID, and the EIM-PRA, Schedule 1. Next slide. So first is the regulatory contracts. After you have completed modeling and the SCME project process, then the resource owner should confirm with the EIM entity that all the modeling is done, and then they need to reach out to regulatory contracts and either create an EIM-PRA, which is again the participating resource agreement, or request an update to their existing PRA. So this would be an update to the Schedule 1, which lists all the resources that are under that participating resource agreement. Once they request that from regulatory contracts, this is all through email, by the way. Once they do that, then they are going to, regulatory contracts is going to send an update form. That update form will be completed by the resource owner and then sent back to regulatory contracts. At this point in time, the only thing that the WEIM entity is responsible for is being in communication with the resource owner to make sure that that the project is modeled and that all the requirements have been met so that they can proceed with this process. Next slide. After the regulatory contracts are completed, then you can start your SC association. Again, the SCME process has to be completed before you can even start this. The SC association involves the scheduling coordinator and the resource owner working together to complete the SC letters, the GRDT, and the RCA disclosure form. And all of those have to be submitted through CITI by the scheduling coordinator. As well as a part of this, the WEIM entity is responsible for sending out an approved PR notification, participating resource notification. There is an email template in the WEIM participating resource guide, new participating resource guide. And it is an email that states that the resource has achieved all of the requirements and is approved to be effective in our system, in CAISO. WEIM, WEIM, sorry. So once you have the SC and the resource owner work together to complete those forms, the SC submits them through CITI. CAISO needs to have that WEIM entity approval before they can proceed with approving the SC letters. And a very important note is that you can't start these SE letters more than 30 days before your effective date. But it also has to be submitted at least 11 days before the effective date. So sometime in between that 30 days and 11 days is when you need to submit these forms. And that is what is going to make your effective date. That is what's going to allow CAISO to approve your effective date for your scheduling coordinator to be able to see the resources in CAISO applications. This flowchart is a little bit incomplete because there are a couple of things that happen right before and on the effective date. So we are going to talk about that next. There we go. So CAISO will process the scheduling coordinator letters, approve the SE effective date, and they're going to do a change request on our side. And all of this will be notified to the scheduling coordinator through City. So if you are a scheduling coordinator, very important, make sure you're using City. And once the change request is complete, then your effective date becomes active. So basically that means that effective date will now be in place. The day before the effective date, the applications listed on here, SIBR and BSAP, will show the resource, the new resource for the scheduling coordinator. And then on the effective date, the resource will show up in ADS and OMS. If you as the scheduling coordinator need to provision any other access to say a sub SCID that you have, you can't do that until after the effective date. So the effective date has to go into place before you will be able to make that request. And I know sometimes there's a lot of confusion around the word effective date, because in some of our documents we have implementation date, sometimes we say effective date, but the effective date is the first trading day that a WEIM entity will show up in the real-time market. So it's when the scheduling coordinators will be able to access the resource through our applications. Next slide. And that is pretty much it for the new WEIM resource onboarding. There are a couple of different processes depending on what kind of project you are doing. So basically there's the WEIM participating resource, non-participating resources, and non-participating resources that wish to convert to a participating resource. As Andrew stated way earlier in the back at the beginning of our presentation, all resources need to be modeled in CAISO FNM model build, including non-participating resources. So that's why we have this system here, or this process here for them. The processes are very similar. There's only a couple of differences. What we just went through, all the processes on the previous slides, are for participating resources. New non-participating resources follow most of the same steps, except they do not have regulatory contracts, and the scheduling coordinator wouldn't be classified as a participating resource scheduling coordinator. It would be the WEIM entity scheduling coordinator. So the WEIM entity scheduling coordinator would be doing all of the SC letters and all those submissions, so they wouldn't need to provide the final approval as well, that PR approval notification. And then for a non-participating resource to convert to a participating resource, they have to follow the same process as a WEIM, as a new WEIM participating resource, and the only difference is that the WEIM the WEIM entity scheduling coordinator will have to submit a relinquishing letter instead of the, in addition to the participating resource submitting new letters. Next slide.
We have a question.
Oh, we have a question. Okay.
Okay. So Tanisha Hamilton from TEP, are existing WIM entities required to get ISO's approval to use a new resource ID name for a new PR?
Yeah, so yeah, if the resource ID is changing, I believe there would have to be an update in the model. So, or are you saying that it's an existing, if it's a new resource, oh, and you're saying if it's a new resource, yeah. Yeah, so in this case, as far as the resource IDs, when they're going through, that would be established when they go through the RC modeling process, the full network model. So generally, we have like the, within those requirements, we have what is listed as a generally accepted resource ID. So as long as it follows those formats, if there were, if it weren't going to be approved, it would be done during that RC modeling portion. After that point, the resource ID would be in our full network model, and that would be the expected resource ID. If you needed to change that resource ID at a later date, I think you would have to resubmit all of the documentation to match the new resource ID. Does that answer your question?
I guess I'll pause here and see if there's any other questions. That is pretty much the end of the WEIM new resource onboarding process. So if there are any other questions, we can take those now on just this process, getting a new resource on our system.
We have one question from Kenneth from TPWR. Are there any plans to update the documentation to include aggregating existing resources?
So we are working on updating all of the documentation for the WEIM new resource onboarding process. We will take it down as a note to look in and see if we need to add anything for aggregating resources, but I don't think that, yeah, okay, that hasn't been identified right now. Any other questions?
There are no other questions.
Okay, then next slide. Okay, we're going to go over in this section a couple of things that you might need to do post-effective date, a couple of other processes. So after your new resource is now transitioned to an existing WEIM resource, participating or non-participating. So first is making changes to the SQMD plan. So here we have listed a couple of different reasons that a resource may need to update their scheduling, their SQMD plan, such as a repower, modifying meter data intervals, adding generation capacity. This is not a full complete list, but these are some of the most common ones that pop up. So if you have to do if your resource has to do any of these actions, you will need to create a new SCME project. It's not the same SCME project that you used to do your original onboarding. This is a new SCME project. You will submit an updated SQMD plan and single line drawing, and make sure that the modification section is completed and captures all the changes. You may be asked for supporting documentation depending on what the change is, or if the modification section isn't clear on the changes that are occurring. And then project will be closed and all the changes will be accepted once the documents are accepted, and you'll get an FNM notification in your email confirming that. Next slide. The other possible process that you might need to do post-effective date, once you're an existing WEIM resource or non-participating resource, is resource removal. This is in the case that an existing resource is being retired. It's essentially the same processes that you went through to onboard your new resource, just for removal instead. So non-participating resources, the WEIM entity has to, the WEIM entity's scheduling coordinator has to submit a relinquishing letter via city and then also remove the resource from the model. And then the WEIM participating resource has to do the same thing, just with the added step of updating the EIM participating resource agreement. So instead of adding the resource to the scheduling one, they just need to remove it. And I believe that does it for all of our processes. We have couple more slides. We can move on to the next one. We're going to talk about some upcoming changes. So everyone should be aware today is the launch of the new website. So the hope is that documentations and guides should be easier to find. If you have any issues, reach out to CAISO via city. I did have some links, or we did have some links in this slide, and I decided to take them out and update them at a later date with the new locations. But if you go to, there's still a couple of links in here and they still work on the website. You can still go to the old website up until June 30th. So you can still access any other links in here then. And then the other thing is, so we just went through all of the new resource onboarding process, but we actually are going to be updating that SCME project process. So we're going to be migrating it from the email and that access tool that Andrew mentioned to RIMS. So currently all the modeling information is submitted through RIMS, and in the near future, we're targeting for fall of 2024. All of the SCME deliverables will also be submitted through RIMS. So that's going to be your SKMD plan, single line drawing. You'll be able to actually go in there, check the project and see the status instead of relying on just the emails. So how will CAISO be supporting customers through this change? Around the time before we actually launch the RIMS transfer, we will be setting up some separate trainings to go over how to complete the SCME projects in RIMS and what that's going to look like. So we'll give you guys ample time to prepare. Next slide. This is the page that will have the links. Like I said, I did remove them, but I'll be putting them back in with the new locations, and also some contacts, the emails that are that are required throughout the process. So like regulatory contracts, you have to email them to request your regulatory contracts updates, and you should include SC requests and RDT and on all of those communications as well, and NRIs where you do all your SCME project submittals. And that is the end of our presentation. So open it up again for any questions relating to new resource WEIM onboarding.
Anyone on the line that has any questions? In the room? I don't see any. Okay, I don't see any other hands.
All right, if you do have any questions, please reach out with a city ticket and make sure you mention WEIM onboarding in the ticket. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Thank you, Chandra. That was a good presentation. So I want to thank everyone on behalf of the ISO for your time today. We had a lot of great presentations. I know there was a couple of presentations that we weren't able to cover today, but those are posted on the WIM portal. And then we'll see if we can have those presented possibly at the WIM biweekly ops call. Thank you online for all the questions and comments. And we look forward to coming back with any takeaways from today's meeting. So hope you have a good rest of your afternoon.